Hello and welcome back to JEHC. Today I will be having a discussion with John Addison, and we're going to be talking about whatever he wants to talk about, but most likely off-road racing, etc., his new business venture in racing, and things along those lines. So, without further ado, welcome, John.
Thanks for having me, man. It's good to be here.
Yeah, and so first and foremost, let's just get a little bit of background into what you're doing while you're here, and where you came from in the starting off-road side.
Start in the beginning.
Yeah, you might as well.
Yeah,
from when you were a little grom.
Yeah. So grew up in Big Bear, not far from here. Mm-hmm. You know, everyone knows where Big Bear is, but there was a lot of at this time you're talking early '90s when I went to my first score race, '91. I believe it was the Fireworks 250. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that was my first experience, 10 years old, and saw the Nelson & Nelson truck.
Yeah.
This was before Trophy Truck, because I think Trophy Truck started 94, 95 officially.
It's right in that range. It might be. I always thought it was 95.
And it could
be the first official Trophy Truck thing, but I'm really bad with that side of things.
Yeah.
It's in that range.
It's right there. Yeah, but they were running, Class 8s and Class 1, right? Mm-hmm. That's pretty much it. So there was a long time after I saw, it's not a bad truck to inspire you to love the sport, because that truck was a piece of beauty, man. It was just, and the driver, you had Larry Ragland driving it.
Yes.
You know, so not a bad truck to idolize for sure as a little kid. But I had no clue what a trophy truck was or any of that. I'm just seeing sparks.
How old are you?
I'm 10.
Oh, okay.
At this point.
Yeah.
And, the attention span of a 10-year-old is super short. So being even at a desert race.
Yes.
where it felt like 5 hours goes by before you see the same truck again, right? But I do remember that one. And got so excited every time they would come down Barstow, Maine, and the way Score had it set up, you could be really close to the track. You were right next to the track, right?
This was in the 90s, and there was a lot more leniency with how the viewership was.
Yeah, you had this plastic fencing,
like the orange fence.
Yeah, but you were right there. And seeing the sparks and just everything about these beasts was amazing.
Yeah.
Right. And then there was kind of a hiatus. I went back to the normal broadcast of my life, and that was playing baseball and hunting and, fishing, that part of my life. Mm-hmm. And then no one really around me was in off-road. There wasn't anyone up there that was I was able to talk to.
Yeah.
So I kind of lost sight of this. And you're talking at a time where there was no internet. We didn't have websites that you could just jump on and be connected with. Mm-hmm. You physically had to go to these races and meet people and see the races, see the cars, that way.
Yeah.
And so obviously transportation as a 10-year-old was really hard to make it to all these races. So it wasn't until 99 when I graduated high school, really got into the dirt bike, scene. And my brother-in-law he's the one who kind of got me into it. Mm-hmm. And so we went riding. And on the backside of Big Bear, you have the Mojave Desert, right? Barstow, Lucerne, and all that area. So it was normal for us to always drop down and just ride all the way down.
Yeah.
To Rabbit Springs Road or wherever we were going. And I remember we're dropping down and I'm overlooking the desert and I just see this car fucking hauling ass, dude. Just a rooster of dust behind it. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, what the fuck is that, dude? That thing looks amazing, right? And so my brother-in-law was like, oh, I bet you a race is going on. I'm like, a race? And then right in that moment, I started having this flood of memories.
Now, how old are you?
At this point, now I'm 17.
Okay.
Because
you said brother-in-law. So obviously there was a jump from the 10.
There was.
Okay.
Yep. So we're fast forwarding during that hiatus time, right? Disappearing from off-road, not really being a part of it at all. And now there's a it was a Moore race. This is when MDR and Moore both ran together out there. Separate races, but same desert. So it was a Moore race. And yeah, I remember we rode down there, get down to the start-finish line. And it was that day forth. Off-road has been in my mind every single day.
What? So, well, explain more in detail when you like first get down to the start and finish line.
Yeah.
Like, what did you feel? How did that experience happen when you like start to kind of get real close with all of these cars at the same time?
Oh, dude, I got a boner.
Like, you know what I mean? It's like nothing. You can't explain to people what it is.
No.
Now, obviously, it's all over the internet. It's easier to see, quote unquote.
Yeah.
But in person, it is just completely different in that, like, these things are so not normal. I mean, they're normal now to us, but they're so not normal that you just, like, you don't even, like, say anything. You're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, you don't know this stuff exists.
You don't even have to talk.
Yes. It's just like.
Some of the best times is when you and a bunch of other people are hanging around this masterpiece and everyone's quiet. But in their head, they're like, holy shit, man. This, like, look at this, right? Because it was so rare to see these. And at the time, most of these cars were built by individuals at their house, or they didn't have these big budgets. They just had an imagination, a welder, a grinder, you know, maybe a small
there was
garage.
no such thing as like off-road engineering. It was literally like dudes making it happen.
Absolutely.
And well, in other words, like just like my profession didn't exist.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things that like this structure wasn't there.
Not at all.
It was just guys crazy enough to basically like try not to die doing this. With no like real guidance or fundamentals, so to speak, because they were creating all of the standards.
Yeah.
And they were in essence winging it, you know, because it's not like, oh, this is how we build race cars. This is how we build race trucks. It was like, well, we didn't die that time, so I think we could build the next one similar. Like, you know, and that's how they did it. For
sure. And like, you know, you didn't have that history background to fall back on, like street racing versions, right? Like drag or circuit racing, anything like that, where there was all this data and experience, right? You had these guys
like engineering,
actual engineering, paid engineers on top of that, right? And now you're stepping into this Wild West, fucking just violent beauty.
Yes.
I mean,
like raw and just fucking.
Absolutely. I mean, you're hearing rocks and sometimes getting hit by rocks. You know, like,
and when you hear the trucks and the stuff like come through stuff, and you just hear the creaking and the chat and just the rawness of the chassis coming into compression, just and they don't slow down and they just
squeaking,
go faster and just get on the gas, and you're just like, how the fuck does that thing, like, how is that not broken in half? How is that? It's just crazy.
And one of the coolest things, especially when you're young and you're looking up to these guys, right? So from an outside perspective, the violence, like what you just described, right? You're watching these trucks just beat the shit out of each other,
and the environment, just the roughness of it, and you're just like, how the fuck is this happening?
And if you have that opportunity, and back then it was a lot easier, you could just pretty much go anywhere on the track. And if you were familiar with the desert, you pick out those cool spots that are going to be the shot spot, right? And you get this opportunity to just see these vehicles plowing through Joshua trees or whatever have you, or hitting these huge G-outs. So you're hearing and you're feeling those things. And then you go to start finish at the end, and you're listening to these racers talk, and they're so just so chill. And so stoked, you know, but all that intensity that you saw happening does not reflect necessarily on what you see when they hop out. You know, their demeanor is not, oh my God, right? They're not all like pumped up. They're just stoked, happy individuals.
Because it's like calm in the cockpit, but violent outside.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that was, you know, all those little bits were things that I really connected with, and and there was no other sport like it. There was no other option in my life other than the fact that I wanted to be a part of this some way, somehow.
I mean, and there really isn't. I mean, even if you like Dakar, etc.
Yeah.
It's nothing like off-road racing here in the States or Mexico.
Oh yeah.
It's like so much more violent, so much more aggressive, and just raw and meaty. Whereas like the other forms, Dakar, etc., are kind of like more foo-foo to some degree, you know. And that's also why like
Absolutely.
they're not built the same. They're not the same vehicles, and because they're not in that sort of unlimited fashion where like you can fucking do anything you want, like trophy trucks in essence. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And that it has allowed that progression just to be as crazy as you want to be and as violent as it can be to win a race.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, regulations were any type of regulation was very slim. You know, I mean, I think it
was like class structure, but not like not like in like Dakar, etc., or other forms of motorsport. It's like very detailed. It, like short course racing, for example, like it's very detailed in structure.
It is, and
that's the beauty of like the off-road racing side. It's like there's not structure. Like you can, you know, you have the class structure, but inside of that, you can do so many different things.
Absolutely, I think it allowed people to really use their imagination. Like you have those basic class structural, you know, their rules, but then you're trying to find those areas of how to bend them or work around them, but you're still getting creative. You know?
Out engineer the next guy to some degree.
Absolutely.
And then you have it's
in a lot of ways Imagineer, right?
Yeah, you have to imagine, and then on top of that, you still have to out prep the next guy. You still have to out drive the next guy. You still have to out logistics the next guy. Like there's so many facets behind it, other than the Imagineering.
Yes, and throw a little luck on top of that, right? You have a good day. I mean,
someone else, you know, DNFs, stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So it's that's
you're
that's
how
pretty much
old?
How it started.
And that was 17, 18?
So now I'm 17. When I see that race, that more race out there, and I think that might have been
what year is this?
Oh, 99.
Okay.
So it may have been the Freedom 250, because I want to say it was like summertime, and I think they usually run the Freedom in July because July 4th, right? So it was somewhere around there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of those. And so that was my first race back since 91. Mm-hmm. And now at this point, I'm finding out schedules, you know, internet's starting, right?
Yeah.
Like websites are coming out. I think RDC, I can't quote.
Desert Rides?
Desert Rides, definitely. But I can't remember when they actually surfaced those websites.
In that area.
But it's got to be that
98,
time.
I want to say it was Desert Rides.
Right. But that was like my library.
Yeah.
So now that I've been to this race and I'm being reintroduced to something that was dormant inside of me from 10 years old, right, has now resurfaced. And I'm like all in. And so now I'm trying to get as much information as possible on a daily basis, as much as I could. And that's where, you know, Desert Rides, RDC, desertracing.com. And then there were some other ones like, you know, like the Ranger ones or something like that, like where people were trying to
Ranger
start
Station?
Up. Yeah, maybe. Something like that. But pretty much RDC, Desert Rides were my main two. And then photos.
Yeah.
You know, not everybody, this is before cell phones had cameras on them.
You had like the photog guys that would always consistently have batches.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so you had Trackside Photo.
Jason?
Yeah.
High Rev?
High Rev. Mm-hmm. Those were like, I always figured High Rev and Trackside.
Jason's arguably
I like
one of
most.
the best. He's like
really
my
good.
favorite. He does great at capturing the violence.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, you looking at his photos, you felt like you were there. And because there were so many, see, at this time, there would be like, you know, 100, it felt like 100, but it was most likely like probably 30 to 50 photos of each vehicle.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you could just sit there and live these little moments, sometimes in sequence or different parts of the track. And because I couldn't always make it out to a race, this was my way of knowing what happened and who's doing what. So I would study these cars in the photos because, like you said, like Jason, like he took amazing photos. So whatever camera he used, it was legit at the time because I could sit there and study the suspension. I would see what type of different configurations, how the plate work was done, various things, that really made it exciting. And that's I think what got me wanting to build my own.
Yeah.
But on a much smaller scale, obviously.
Yeah.
So
from
inspired.
the start, you were leaning in the builder direction too.
Yeah.
Not as opposed to I just want to be a racer.
No,
because there's a lot of guys in essence that are just like racers, and then there's a lot of guys that are just like builders. Do you see what I'm saying?
And I knew for me, I wanted to be. I always looked at it as like I have a race. I'm a racer first and builder second, because racing was definitely I wanted to be behind the wheel. And I knew that from the time I was like stealing my parents' car when I was 12.
Yeah.
Like my buddy Brian and I, we would ditch school, and we're talking middle school. I'm 12.
Yeah.
And I would go. My grandma, I love grandma.
In Big Bear?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was in the hospital, so her car would just be parked at our house. So we'd go back to my house, hop in that wagon, and we would drive it to Victorville. Dude, I would take long drives. And then like we would go out into the San Bernardino Mountains and we'd rally on the dirt roads. Like my parents had this 86 Subaru.
Yeah.
And it was cool. I always thought like I felt like I was Top Gun because it was a stick shift. And my dad taught me how to drive that from when I was like 10, right? Real early age. But it had this button on top, and you would hit that. It was like the turbo button or something like that. Like, it would do something. But I always felt like it was cool because it was just a red button on top of this handle. But we're out there rallying, coming back into Fawnskin, which is another part of Big Bear. And on the last turn, I come around, and it's all dirt, and it's where dirt hit pavement. And I come, and then as soon as I hit pavement, it gripped, and it kicked back on me and shot us off the edge. And I shoot this Subaru down about 75 feet off the side of this cliff. And the only thing that stopped us from hitting all the trees and boulders at the end, at the bottom, was all the dirt and debris that built up under the car. It destroyed the skid plate. It was pushed all the way up into the transmission, everything, man. And I just remember thinking, like, I'm going to die today. Like, not by this. Like, my dad's going to kill me when he finds out about this, And so, that's a funny story. And, at the time, like, my dad, he came out. I called him up. He was the last resort. There was a Blazer that drove by. And I'm like, dude, can you help us tow this out? He had a winch and everything. He could have totally done it. And he was like, no, I'm not touching that thing. And tow trucks wouldn't come off road. They said, where are you at? And I told them, like, no, we're not doing it. So I'm like, all right, I got to call Dad.
Yeah.
Right? So I call up Dad, and he's all happy. He's like, what's up, Johnny? I'm like, Dad, don't be happy, man. He's like, what'd you do now? I was like, I drove the car off the side of the cliff over in this corner in Fawnsky. He's like, you better be ready to take some fucking blows. I was like, shit, dude. Like, this sucks. But that obviously didn't happen. When he got there, the first thing he said was, you all right? And he was like, that's gnarly. Was it fun? And he ended up joking, like, I thought I was so fucked when he told me to get in the car and we got this thing out. First thing first, we get the car out. Then the jokes came.
Yeah.
But I thought I was fucked. Like, get in the car, just me and him. My buddy had to hop into the other truck of the guy who brought him out. My brother-in-law, who was not my brother-in-law yet.
Yeah.
Right? He brought me out. He took my friend back home. So, yeah, that's kind of where I knew the driving started, because I just wanted to drive, and I didn't care about getting in trouble or where I was going. It was just, I had to drive. So I always felt like that came first. But then I was not in a financial situation of being able to be that guy. I knew I was going to have to build my own stuff.
Well, even then, it's still expensive.
Yeah.
It's not, just because you're building your own doesn't make it magically like cheap.
No, not at all. So then I had to be selective on what I was going to build. Now, I was already kind of motivated to go into 7S because we had, my brother-in-law was driving in the class already with a straight axle Toyota.
What year?
22 RE. It was a 88 Toyota, I think.
Okay.
Somewhere around there. And then the guy that I co-drove with for many years, Ken Kegel, he had the same thing. Another straight axle, leaf sprung front end, rough as fuck, dude. Jesus. I guess you would compare it to like being in a beam car, maybe.
Yeah.
Right? And, dude, just boom, boom, boom. No, like as soon as I experienced independent, even on a 7S truck, it was night and day.
Yeah.
Between my S10 and those Toyotas of just how it felt. It was like, wow. But we'll go back. Before I was able to build it, I had an S10 that I was working at White Brothers at the time and coming back to Big Bear from the Anaheim area. Lady tries to cut me off coming up the mountain. So instead of center punching her, I tried to go left, but she kept going and pushed me right into the mountainside, and I ended up rolling it, right? So the truck was toast, but I'm sitting there, and my dad and I are looking at it like, oh, the frame was straight.
Yeah.
We have a motor, a trans, like, let's start here, So the cab got fucked up, so we just found another S10 cab.
Yeah.
And we started building the 7S truck. And it took us 3 years. Because like you said, it's not cheap. Like even on a 7S level, dude,
it's not cheap.
It's
all
not.
All racing is expensive.
Yeah, and the thing was, at the time, there weren't as many available parts. Like even though CarTech was around and CarTech was strong,
yeah,
a lot of the parts in there were not me.
Yeah,
like I couldn't take them over. And then on the other side, like let's say you needed some shackles for the rear leaves.
Yeah.
Most of the stuff was built for like a pre-runner setup, so I didn't really want to, they looked a little too weak. It was more of show than
street truck
for race. Yeah, exactly.
Like the high school kids that drive pre-runners.
For sure.
Like that type of.
And it totally worked for that scene.
Yeah.
If you're pre-running the 405, dude, it's totally good,
yes.
right? But you're not taking that thing down Barstow. So, I was just trying to figure things out, man. And we ended up building our own shackles. And then because of that class, you had limitations to what could be stock and what didn't have to be stock. Mm-hmm. But it was a lot of stock. I mean, you even had to work with the stock arms.
Yes.
Stock locations. You could beef them up. You could add tube or plate. You could replace the ball joints with uniball setups, all that. But they still had to function in the same way and use the same exact arms. So in a way, it was a pain in the ass too.
Yeah.
But it was also budget friendly, and I learned a lot. Believe me, like you thought the upper arm was totally strong enough. And everyone around you doesn't know shit either. We're all learning together, right? And I remember I had these little Race Runner, and this is when Race Runner actually had a better name for themselves, right? Before they were called throwaways and people started going down that route. Mm-hmm. I actually didn't have too bad of luck with them in the beginning. My problem was I picked the wrong size. So like on the front of my truck, I was only getting 8.25 inches of travel. That's all we could pull out. And that was almost metal to metal, right? Yeah. And this is a 2-wheel drive. So for all of you out there who understand S10s, yes, the 4-wheel drive platforms, you could pull a little extra. I think you got closer to 11. Mm-hmm. There was this guy, John Smith, I believe his name was, ran a single cab, regular cab, S10, but 4-wheel drive, and he was pulling more travel than I was.
Yeah.
Just because the upper arm sat on the outside of the frame. But I remember we went with 3.0 bypasses on the rear, plenty. They were 18-inch, Got a deal on those. Cartech was having a sale. I think I saved like $1,200 on those. So we bought those up. And then the shocks on the front really couldn't fit much because the rule said you couldn't protrude through the hood, right? Mm-hmm. So I had to pick this shock that fit under there. And I got this 2.0 threaded body race runner shock. Mm-hmm. That thing exploded less than a mile into our first Barstow race. My dad's co-driving with me because he helped me build it, and so we're all stoked. I'm like, Dad, dude, you got to get in this thing, right? You're going to be my first. So we're just boom, boom. We're so excited. Probably way overdriving the truck to begin with.
Yeah.
Because you're so excited. Hitting it. We go up over the wall. People are familiar with that section of Barstow. There's a wall. Come down, turn left. We're heading northbound now up towards the college area. And, but way before it. And oil everywhere. Boom, just like a bomb, dude. The reservoir blew the aluminum cap off the end. Just exploded. Truck sitting down a little bit on that side now. And back to the drawing board, right? Okay, that didn't work.
And that was your first endeavor, right?
That was the
very first endeavor.
Yep. I had, like I said earlier, I'd been co-driving. But that was my first driving moment in my own truck, for sure. And even though I was bummed, I was stoked. I was still happy, man. It was the best mile of my life at that point, you know?
It doesn't fucking matter because you still made it there and you still got to do it. Most guys don't even make it there.
No.
Most guys don't even finish a truck.
True. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So we take it back home, and the arm is bent too. The upper arm didn't live.
Yeah,
that was all jacked up. So we knew now some upgrades. So I remember getting with Brett King. I called up King Shocks, and I said, "These are my issues, but I'm gonna have to go a bigger shock." He's like, "I got ones right here for you, ready to go." Once again, he gave me a deal.
Yeah,
you know, and this was at a different. It was a different building than where they're at now. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This was their old school one.
I mean, you're going back at some time.
And this is when you could actually go in and easily see Brett, you know, because he was like right there.
Shocks didn't take a year.
Right.
Yeah, those good old days.
Man, reminiscing that for a bit. Those were good days. So yeah, I called him up. He's like, I got a set right here for you. 3.0s, triple bypass. I told him the only problem I have is the aluminum fitting, lower shock mount. And he was like, oh, don't worry. I can fix that. We'll put a bearing cup and weld that to the shaft. And that'll shorten your overall height.
Yeah, I had to do that on a Hummer H1 thing many years ago. Yes.
I never knew that. He brought it to my attention at that point. I'm like, nice.
Yep.
Right.
And it takes out a chunk of space.
Yeah,
because basically that bearing at compression sits literally on the fucking bottom of the shock cap.
Yep. It made my life easier for sure. But I remember Brett just being like, dude, I'm like, how much are these, first of all? You know? And I'll never forget, he was like, you know what, man? He was like, $900 for a pair. And I'm like, are you there now? Like, I'm in Big Bear. It's going to take me about an hour 45. He's like, I'll be here. I'll stay a little extra longer. I'm like, hell yeah, dude. So I show up. He's got the shocks ready to go. You know, he welded up the bearing things and the cups, and off we went. And so redid some things. But, you know, instead of going into the details of every single race, because we could be here for hours, right?
Yeah.
This is when you learn that there's a lot of learning, right? Like,
you realize the shitstorm that you have just kind of walked into.
Man, it never ends. It feels like, you know, you bust.
But that's
your
the
ass.
beauty. Like, in other words, I would never view myself or anyone in the industry as an expert because you are constantly a student. You are in off-road engineering. You are a forever student if you ever want to be good.
Absolutely,
you have to be.
You do.
There's no stagnation in that, and whoever is stagnant quickly finds out that they're getting passed.
Absolutely,
No
because
pun
there's
intended.
always another guy or girl out there that's like constantly,
Yeah.
let's go. They never stop.
It's like an obsession. You have to be
For
like
sure,
an
an
obsessed student. Yeah.
You do, and I think that's one of the best words, because that's one I like to use a lot. I like the word obsession.
Yes.
Especially when it comes to this, because if I'm going to be obsessed about something, desert racing's going to be it. It's just, yeah, every aspect.
You could have worse hobbies.
You could.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
can also have cheaper ones too.
I mean, yes. Yeah.
It's definitely not the most the easiest one to get into or sustainable if you.
But
aren't
it does
in that
create
financial-
some drive to like do better.
for sure, right?
And that's
and on that note, when I had this S10, I now had like 3 jobs.
and still building the truck and trying to.
Absolutely, and I'm young and I had the energy. I wasn't committed to anyone. I hadn't met my wife yet. So life was literally. I was working in the tree industry. It was a logging company at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I was doing logging work, and then I had 2 bartending gigs. Sometimes I was still working at Pine Knot Marina in the summer. I was either working and making money one way or another, or working on the S10. That was life.
Yeah.
And we were out there in the snow. I mean, I have pictures. In fact, one of the first pictures on my Instagram is my dad under the truck at nighttime, and there's snow.
Yeah.
That's how we did it. We would put a tarp over the top. We had one of those like gas burning outdoor, like I got one now. It runs off diesel, things like that. You really don't want the fumes. Like you need good, aeration in the room. But like, yeah, we would just put that under there, and we would be on the snow working on things, And I know, like, when I've told these stories, some people are like, "Are you serious?" But honestly, at the time, those were the best days, man.
Life was a lot more simple.
Way simple, yeah, and you were so motivated. There was nothing getting in your way. When you got off work, you were like, "Okay, I got to be to work in the morning by 6 o'clock. I can put in 2 hours. I've got 2 hours tonight. Mm-hmm. What can I get done in 2 hours, right? There's always something." But that was the beauty. There were so many people that you meet that could not hang with that idea, that were trying to get into desert racing, and they just simply did not survive because they knew how much work. It went past how cool it was now. Like, you see these trucks and these cars, and it didn't matter if it was a 5/1600, a 10, a class 1, or a trophy truck. They were all cool because they were all on the same track at the same time, So you get past that glamour, that excitement of how cool this is, and then you go home and you want to start your own thing. That's where you find out how much that sport really meant to you. Because, yeah, nothing like going out for a race. Races were every 2 months, right? You bust your ass for 2 months. You're working the night of the race. Everyone's rolling in late because they're still trying to find parts to replace, right?
Yeah.
I can remember being in tech trying to find bearings, like, oh, we need to replace that. We never got to it. We got to do it tonight before the race. Things like that. But if you couldn't handle that, dude, it was not your thing.
Yeah.
And so I loved it. I loved every part of it. I loved how it would just bring people together. I mean, it brought people I hadn't seen in years. They would be driving by the house, or they would get word that, like, oh yeah, some kid's building a truck of some sort out in his driveway. And I would have these people come up, and it would be like, one of my old coaches who was, I was like in JF football and he was in high school. Mm-hmm. Guys I hadn't seen in so many years are now stopping by on regular basis, and they're so into it, and now they're coming out to the races helping us, you know. I don't know, something about it, dude. It was just, there was a lot of beauty in it.
It creates an addiction.
Yeah, it does.
And that addiction is why people like me have jobs, in essence, in careers in this, I guess you'd call it an industry, you know, even though it really is just a ton of play money,
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
But it has become a pretty well-rounded industry as a whole. And I have not been in it, obviously, since like the 90s per se. I'm older. I'm not one of the young kids anymore, unfortunately. But even when I first started, like there was some industry and structure, but it still was nothing like today. Like King Shocks were in a tiny little fucking building, and you know, you knew all of these dudes, like for the most part, by first name and handshake type basis, like. And now it's grown so big. There's so many builders. There's so much this, and like back then it was like 24 builders.
Oh yeah.
Like real. I mean, there was more than that, but there really was only like 24 like race builders. Period. That were like the builders you found. Even less when you're talking about like trophy trucks, etc.
Oh, for sure.
And now there's hundreds, hundreds and hundreds, especially with like the UTV craze. And so that sort of organic addiction obviously caught on to a lot of people, or a lot of people caught that, and that's what has grown this, and it's grown so rapidly because it is like you're obsessed.
Yeah.
It's not like it's a nice thing, or we go do that here or there, or this, it's, you know, something like you play golf every now and then, or something like that. It's like the guys that are in the level of racing, like what you're referring to, etc. Like it's a true fucking addiction, and they can't not do that. No. And so that's why it's snowballed into what it is today, which is just a ridiculous amount of industry.
And then, you know, on that, you've got guys in your position who have made it easier in a way for guys like myself to
that is true
to put these things together too, because, you know, back then you're doing everything by hand, right? And
I built Andy Rodman's truck. Well, he bought it from the individual, like, in other words, it had sold.
Yeah.
So the guy I originally built it for was Rob Everhart, but all the tubes on that truck, that tube chassis, was done by hand. Every single tube. Bent by hand.
Now, is this the one where parts of the old West Coast Choppers chassis was being used?
Yeah, so the front arms Billy Gasper had made. Front uprights were Pro-Am. Billy Gasper had made that. So it was all like basically Porter.
That had a mezzanine style rear suspension on it, right?
The original truck did. The one I built didn't. The original truck was
you went
pretty
to a more
interesting.
Traditional trailing arm setup.
Yes, it was a four.
Right. Yeah.
And we kept the front arms uprights. I had to redo the front bulkhead because, you know, we basically scrapped that chassis was bananaed and cattywampus. I mean, it was just
and that was all part of just like, didn't they build that truck in like a month or something?
I don't remember who originally built that truck because they like acquired that chassis. No. I think that was like
they did have
Donahoe Racing. It couldn't be. I don't think it was. That's probably wrong. But someone had built that chassis, and then like they like morphed or changed it. They did not build that whole truck.
That's right.
All
the geometry
or whatever
was like done, and they pretty much just like did the bolt-on stuff, right?
Yeah, and so what I had done is we took a lot of the parts off, but in that natural snowball effect, we borderline didn't really use much at all, to be honest.
Of it.
Yeah. The shock package ended up getting scrapped. We went to a much bigger shock package, ironically enough, from Jesse. So we had the gold and black shocks.
Oh yeah.
From one of Jesse's spare sets that he'd ordered from King.
That was pretty cool.
And the arms were so old that they were square chromoly tubing that was mitered together. This is back old Porter shit that Billy had built. Yeah. And then it had one of the very first generation of Pro-Am uprights that were so old that when we finally had a failure on the snout, Andy, we had to take those back to Roy at Pro-Am, and he was just like flabbergasted that like, how the fuck did you get these? Like, where the fuck have these come from? Because that first run of upright snouts and stuff, he had fucked up the bore size, etc., on a few of the interfaces. So he had to custom make snouts to fit. So nothing of his fit. And he was like, oh, I remember this. He was like, this was the first run, and I did this wrong and this wrong. And so he had to make custom snouts because right after that first run of them, he changed it and never changed.
Everything was fine after that.
Yeah, and it's been a standard. And so we brought him the uprights, and he was just like, holy fuck, I haven't seen these for like 20 years. Like, you know, and
Some
then
old memories here.
Yeah. And so then I built that whole chassis by hand. Now, I drew fixtures in CAD at that time, but we were not in the, like, at that point, laser cutting designing a chassis in CAD, like, was very time consuming. I can fly through tube work right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to disclose how fast I can do it, but it's pretty quick relative to when I was first learning, you know? And so what I had done is, let me see if I can find a picture. I bet you I might be able to Google a picture real quick.
Now, this would have been GMR days, right?
This was when I had the shop that was basically behind PCI Race Videos on Steinberger. Oh, fuck, yeah.
Welcome to the GMR, dude.
Yeah, this is old as fuck. Look at this.
2010. I think this video, you might have even been wearing flip-flops.
I was wearing flip-flops in this.
When welding, right? Some good days.
Well, you can wear flip-flops and TIG. So these are the arms.
Yeah.
This is see what I'm saying. This is that square tube that was mitered together, and then they have plate and like a few ribs in it. And yeah, Billy was telling us, you know, this is many years ago, was telling me about how, you know, they did this by hand, these arms.
Yeah.
And they were not the same side to side.
They were close, right?
They were
as close as
they were like 3/8 of an inch different.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there was some discrepancies in it, but whatever. We ended up not fixing, but reworking stuff. But you know, back then things were beat to shit. Oh, but yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
Some good days, man.
So this is so I did a traditional 4-link deal, etc. And yeah, there's that bulkhead.
Yep.
And so the plan was I had another set of bolt holes in here.
Okay.
We were going to change up we were eventually going to build another front end that I had designed that was a little bit different with some different camber caster curves and different uprights and arms and everything. And we never got to it. But what had happened was Rob ended up selling the truck and then eventually ended up in Andy Rodman's hands. And that's what that truck is. But yeah, that one I had, so you can see the Y-frame I built kind of on the table with this with like a semi fixture deal. And it was a 124-inch wheelbase, 90 inches wide roughly. Oh no, that was also part of it. No, it was like 88 and a half on the width.
Okay.
And the new set of stuff I designed put it closer to 91 and change /92. And we were going to switch from 37s to 39s because it was so old it ran 37s. It had 2.5-inch rear hubs in the original truck.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, Andy Rodman ended up with it. Tons of different other things too. Yeah, see here, this is that fucking. I'm going to say there's the housing. This is one of the first like 4130 housings I built, all TIG welded, etc. God, this is so. Those are those shocks I was referring to.
Yep.
We got that spare set from Jesse. But yeah, this is these are the good old days, man. So yeah, that's what happened with that deal. But you know, it was one of those deals that snowballed into basically everything fucking changed. Race motor.
Yeah.
We built, so we like used nothing from the truck, which is kind of funny. The steering rack was used, I think, but that was about it, you know.
Yeah.
The arms and stuff like that. But it was kind of funny because we took that entire other truck apart from a running truck, mind you, and ditched almost everything. So.
Yeah, that'll happen.
But
I was trying to think of where we left off before we were going. That we were talking about the S10 and
you were
learning to
the building and the snow,
keeping up with it, right?
Yeah, and how it's basically it's an obsession that you have to.
You do
either understand it because you're involved in it, or you just look like a crazy person to some degree.
Absolutely. But I feel like those 2 months between races would go by so fast. Mm-hmm. You never felt like you had enough time.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you get the response from people outside the industry who have never really gone to a desert race, and they're like, 2 months? That sounds like a lot of time. But really,
and when you're like, holy fuck, that's not enough time.
No, man.
To prep a car.
Trying to work on top of that, right, and live. But
even with the full team, 2 months is rough.
Absolutely. But you learn a lot about yourself. You learn a lot about everything at that point, because you're constantly chasing flaws. Because
yes,
that's all it is. It's a constant flaw, and maybe one thing doesn't break today. It's just a matter of time.
Well, it's the natural progression or natural aspect of racing where there's always something to improve.
Yeah.
So even if you're cherry and you have time to not work on it because everything's going good, no, you're still doing stuff. There's never nothing to do.
No.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
It's part of racing is you constantly have improvement.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And so as you're going down, you're starting to learn all about this and you're getting into it. Then the fun part starts to happen where all of a sudden things are lasting, right?
Yeah.
You're able to go, now it's not just a mile, you go a lap, or you make half a race, or heaven forbid you finish your first race.
Yeah.
I remember the first race I finished, once again, we were in Barstow. Barstow was good to me. It's one of the roughest tracks, but honestly, some of the best races I've had were there. And we made the limit the cutoff line. So we were having overheating issues. Solve that. I just pulled off everything I could to get as much air to go through the front, right, to start cooling things off. That got us through. Then we had total shock failure in the back. They were just bottoming out, which I had regular urethane bushings, like the pyramid style shaped ones. Those were toast. So I'm hearing metal hitting, right? My door was falling off, right? And the hinges, everything had ripped apart. So it's literally ripping from the cab, and I'm tying it down. I had a rubber latch that was holding it. And for a while, I was just holding it like this while I'm driving. And I was like, screw that. I got to find something to tie it down, to help me. Tied that down. It took us 4 hours alone just to do the last lap. And we came in with under a minute to spare until the cutoff line. So it was an official finish.
Yeah.
Popping champagne. Dude, we were so happy, because it was a long day, very long day. But to get your first finish, even though the truck looked like shit, there was so much work that we had to go and do. We knew, but just finishing, that was like a win to us.
Yeah.
For sure. For anybody who's been through that, it's like a win, getting that first finish in the desert. And so then I remember, we were running just straight up FabTech lift spindles, 4-inch lift spindles with those small snouts on there, right? And they worked for a while until they didn't. The first one broke, and I got lucky. It was the passenger side, front right, broke, but luckily we were in this really rough, coming over crest, slow movement. Hit a bump, boom, broke, went off to the side. No roll, no nothing. All right, we had spares, so we were able to fix that. Not at the race.
Yeah.
We didn't have the spare there. So we come out to the next race, and I remember telling my dad, I'm just like, dude, I feel like we need to upgrade these spindle snouts, because if that one broke, I feel like that one's going to break. So we had this huge argument that he believed I always hit things on my right-hand side too much. And my co-driver kept telling him, no, John hits things very evenly. He is not constant. Well, the way he came into the pits earlier, he hit this bump on the right, you know? And so we're arguing. I'm like, Dad, no, that's not the way it went. So we had to agree to disagree. I was like, all right, fine. You know what? Let's just run it. So we went to Lucerne now, was the next race. And we had just added a small link to the rear housing to reduce spring wrap, right? Leaf spring twist, right? Wrap. And I remember as soon as I took off, the traction, it felt like you had extra horsepower. And I was like, oh, I'm so glad we did this, man. I'm flying through, past a couple trucks within the first, 3 miles. Now I'm tracking down some 1450 trucks. We're scooting along and get out of the way of this dust. And I wish I knew the guy who had this on video, because he actually captured it. This was 2007. And the other one broke. And we were doing about 73. And it broke. We tumbled over a few times and really did some damage to the truck at that point. And it damaged my spirit a little bit, because I knew that thing was going to break. But I was like, you know what? Fine. Let's go, let's do this. And that's what happened. And because of that wreckage, financially, I was just like, oh man, I've got some things to replace, right? And the cab was so jacked up. We found another S10. I knew how I needed to improve the cage work. At this time, like I said, desert rides, RDC, you're taking a lot of those ideas, seeing what other people are doing, and trying to incorporate them into your work. And you're trying to understand all that structure. And so you're getting better. And now was a perfect time. But then this moment in life happened where my wife, who at the time we were just dating, she's living in San Diego, I'm in Big Bear. And it was like that moment. Yeah, dude, there she is. There she is. Look at that beauty. That was the first day, very first race. She was brought out. Yeah.
I'm just fixing this real quick. That plug got jacked up.
No worries.
There we go. We're back. Yes. Okay, yeah, so that's her in her glory.
Mm-hmm. The best she ever looked. Oh, there goes my light. How'd that happen?
That's okay. We can put that back up. I'll get it. You keep going.
Okay. So yeah, that's her, and that was another good day. Just being able to show off your work for the first time, right? This is when I found out. So, as a kid, I was always very artistic, and when it came to these type of things, attention to detail was always a part of me. And so when I got into this, I found out that when you're this close to a race car, and you're that type of person, all the details start popping out, right? So it was like the perfect thing for me to be working on, because it was a way to express yourself and really just have fun with it. And I remember this day, you finally get to show all your hard work off to people who had no clue,
Yeah.
And the fun thing is that at the time, everyone had Rangers, because you could easily pull 12 inches of regulated travel in the front with the I-beam setup. But the Ranger guys didn't like the 4.0, so they were always jealous about the 4.3 engine, right? So I had the 4.3, but I didn't have the travel. So in a way, everything evened out. Now, that truck's sitting on 33s. Yes, there were S10s in history, the Hardin truck, which I think was also Stewart at one time. It was blue, yellow, and white. I think hauled ass. but you could not fit 35s on that truck without going beyond the rules. Like if you started cutting into the firewall area, and I heard some tricks. There was this guy, Eric Tadeja, who had purchased the hardened truck, and that thing was a beast, man. I mean, you could hear it. You know, the engine was built. I think they were pushing like 425 out of it, which was totally against the rules, but we didn't care. It was like, screw it, run your stuff. But he was running 35s, and I'm like, how'd you get that on there? And he told me the story on the truck. He was like, well, what they did...
Cut the body mounts or something?
Yeah, they cut the body mounts and just shifted them back just a little bit.
Yeah.
And manipulated the fiberglass just enough to where it didn't look... They didn't move it back a ton. You just needed that extra little bit to where it looked stock, and they got away with it. And I never bitched, even though there was plenty of area to sit there and say, oh, okay, protest. I wasn't like that. I was like, dude, let's do it. Like, you just got this truck. I'm stoked for you, you know. I wish I had that truck, you know, but let's race. And that thing whipped my ass. There was no way of keeping up with it. It was so fast.
Yeah.
So fast. But I had these 33s, you know, but I had the engine, and it was a solid engine, and we had fun. That was the most important part, you know. We had a lot of fun. And I think if you go down there, like next picture, there's one of my dad that's underneath. Oh, there's some shiny painting it in the driveway. That was pretty cool. And then there's Dad. That's how we worked, man.
No. Oh, yeah. Not fucking around there.
No. Covered in snow. So, oh, and then we'll get to that. That's the new 7200.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Let's keep going.
Yeah. So, yeah.
That is a good picture. Look at that thing. Fucking cherried.
Yeah.
So much work. I know it doesn't sound like it's a lot, but like, oh, it's not a fucking tube chassis race truck. Right. Like, how could it be? Dude, there's so much work.
You still have
so much work in race car stuff.
You still have everything that those do in a way, you know? Like, yes, maybe on the fabrication side, but then again, you know, you're also thinking to make a bracket. I was using an angle grinder with a 4-inch cut blade or an acetylene torch, you know, and then grinding it smooth, and then you're bending it by putting it in a vise and trying to hand bend things, you know, or put a little heat to it and bend it. You're not doing it. I didn't have money for a break or
fucking draw on the computer and send it to laser and bitch when they don't fucking do things how I want them.
And they come now, like, I'll give it to them, dude. I've had these parts come to me now that are nicely wrapped in little bags, well organized. Yeah,
the cut houses have gotten pretty good. Yeah,
for sure. It makes life really easy, you know. But back then, yeah, that's a lot of handwork, man. You know, you had strong forearms for sure.
Yeah.
Because even notching, dude, I remember I wanted a Mittler Brothers M3 notcher.
I remember when those came out. Like, that was like the thing.
Yeah. And at the time they were, I want to say they were about like $5,500 or something like that, without the die.
Yeah.
Right. And then you had to get one for each tube size.
Yep.
So, that would add up quick, and I was like,
back then that is like insane.
Oh,
like to buy
sure.
that tool would be like, you are a fucking baller.
You were.
Yeah.
I remember this is when what was it? The Fab School came out, and they did a shock rebuild class there, and it was cool because me and my buddy Ken, who drove the older Toyota 7S truck, we went there and took this class together so we could start rebuilding our own shocks. And
which is, as a racer, that is like a game changer.
It is.
That's, you know,
it really
that's
was.
one thing I think I might actually do in-house for the new program.
Yeah.
And I actually want to do it myself because I finally feel like I can, because I've always thought it was cool and I enjoyed it, but I was always like so on the other side of the business side, so stressed and like hustling that I got so burned out, I ended up not enjoying it.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to like come back to this to where like I think I will really enjoy doing shock building and stuff like that as we move forward. Different platform, like different setting, right? Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I think you will, dude. I mean, I could already tell when you
Well,
talk
because
about
it
it.
integrates so much with the design aspect too. Like I'm so far on the mechanical side, like the shock geometry is my department for design side, but the shock tuning is an art form. It's not. So it's like two different things, and I want to do more on the shock tuning and rebuilding side, simply because that's more of one of my weaknesses, whereas the geometry or mechanical side of designing shocks into a chassis, yes, because it's two different things.
Absolutely.
And a lot of people don't understand that.
So now that would just be one more thing that you're adding to understanding the system as a whole.
Well, just
You know, from
like
from
I'm
the
saying,
design
it's like
side and the prep side.
an art form.
Yeah.
That's how I view it, because these guys that can effectively really tune vehicles, they are more or less doing it based on feel and look.
Right.
Not like the numbers say X. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Where I'm the inverse side, and so I want to like become more versed in that art form. And so we're obviously going to have like probably do SDG and stuff to actually do it. But like, I definitely want to do the rebuilds and stuff in house. And I actually may do that personally as opposed to like one of the guys.
Yeah.
And get all the tools. And like that's something I may actually like really enjoy.
Yeah. And I found it to be kind of, it was fun, dude. Like, especially when you take on that new.
Because it's a game changer.
It really
For
is.
a racer, in off-road racing, once you figure it out, that changes the game for each team.
Way more convenient.
Yep.
You know, I mean,
The days of, remember, you'd have to bring everything down to like the shot like king. Like in other words, we would, the truck comes back, pull everything off, everything goes back to king for rebuilds.
Yep.
I don't even know if they do rebuilds anymore, to be honest.
You know, when I was in there, they had a cart with some used shocks.
Okay.
But
it's like normal, like what you're saying. Once the racer or the team learns, they're doing it themselves.
They're doing it themselves. Because, you know, as far as replacing O-rings and things like that, like, it's really not that hard. It's repetitive, really. You're just like, okay, once you get into that rhythm, it's kind of like boom, boom, boom. Yes, it could get messy with oil, you know, but it's all part of the process.
Yeah.
You're just cleaning it up, right? But I don't know. There was something about it. Like, I would always save it for late night. So I'm sitting there, you know, parents are probably in bed, right? And because I was still living with my parents at this time. I went back. I lived in Oceanside for a little while, got in trouble, and I had to move back home.
Yeah.
So, that wasn't good, you know? So I was like, all right, I got to go back home and get my head back together. And so my parents were like, yeah, come back in here. But while you're here, you're gonna be taking care of some things too, right?
Yeah.
At the same time. So it wasn't a free ride, but it was a good ride. And so I would sit there and go out to the garage and just start tearing shocks apart and rebuilding them, you know, when I needed to, which was on those race runners, to be honest, it was every race. And it was a big difference when I put those Kings on front. And I don't mean to knock companies. It's just my own personal experience. Sorry, it was a negative one. And it's shared.
It is what it is.
It is.
It's not that you're doing it to be a dick or whatever, because it's like the componentry and stuff like that. There's avenues that they work for certain people and certain applications. Yours was not that application.
No.
You know, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were all garbage, etc. I know some people think they are all garbage per se, but I know a lot of guys that did great with race runner stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why I even went with them.
The fastest I-beam truck I've ever fucking seen ran race runners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, you know, it's just one of those things. You know, it was my luck that literally every race I was rebuilding those, while the Kings were just, I didn't need to touch them, you know? So, just another layer to add, getting into that, doing it yourself, you know, more late night stuff.
And it's more stuff you can fuck with now.
It can.
So now you can start doing your own valving.
Absolutely.
Now you can really start to fuck with it.
Stacks, you know, all that stuff. Whereas when you just send them off, yeah, it's easy. But also at the same time, that's kind of the blessing of not having money so easy, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to pick and choose where that money goes, and it forces you to take on these type of tasks. Like, I mean, okay, I heard there's a shock rebuilding class. Let's go take it. so that we can not have to send these things off anymore. And that money can go towards, bearings or fuel or hot dogs for the guys who come out and help, or whatever,
everything.
Right? Tacos. It's just, it's so important at that time. So that's what I loved about it, was being able to learn these things. But this was also a time on RDC where guys like yourself, a lot of builders, a lot of racers were on RDC
talking shit
on a daily basis. But so it was fun talking shit because it was competitive, but it was also it was like being in a classroom. Because absolutely. Because guys were so willing to just, throw their shit out there. And even though this guy would be like, well, no, this is the way you do it, or this is the way you do it, I'm sitting back going, okay, so these are the 3 ways you can do something, right? I'm not being biased to anyone. I'm taking all of their ideas and learning from them and seeing what works for me. And so that was my classroom. And it's kind of a bummer, once again, I don't mean to talk shit on that, but like that spirit on RDC is definitely long gone.
Yes.
I miss those days because
the people are gone.
Yeah, they are. They are. There's more of the keyboard racer now and the keyboard builder versus actual builders, actual racers. And yeah, that gets hard to deal with after a while when it's like, nah, dude, you're just tired of hearing that. You're like, that's not all true. That's just shit talking, So those days, very educational. Very educational. I wish it would come back because I think it would help the newer generations understand the history of the sport a lot better. If we had those guys again getting on there and just verbally duking it out in a very respectful, competitive way, not what it is now. You could even go into like the build section where people were building all the new rides. Yeah. They always got posted in there, and man, you could just look at photos for hours, just tearing things apart. Like, oh, look what this guy's doing. The littlest details.
And now it's nothing.
No. And now you want people like they're hiding their shit respectfully, like they don't want those things viewed as much. And I think part of that problem is now you just have the guys who are stealing.
To some degree, it's easier to steal if you have a lot of information, per se.
Yeah, you could easily just go, okay, well, let's just copy that. Now, whether this is going to succeed or not, that's up to that person. Yeah. But you can certainly use these materials to your advantage, to try to start something. And I understand that when you have on the other side, I mean, I look back, like with you and I, how many hours are put into these machines. I mean, before you even get the first piece of metal, I mean,
if you're on the design side,
there's so much work that goes into it, and you do want to protect that at the end of the day, whereas it seemed like back in those days, it was same mentality. Everybody was trying new things, but it wasn't so worrying about, like, everyone seemed to be trying their own thing. It's similar. They weren't all completely different, and yes, there's like things you would take from this design or that design, but just different environment for sure, Yeah,
and there's also the fact too that it's very difficult to do a lot of this stuff. So on like the gnarlier stuff per se these days, like the all-wheel drive cars, things like that. At some point, it's like if someone's like, well, I'm, like copies X, Y, or Z, or tries to build something similar to that, it's kind of like, well, good luck. Like, it's so expensive and it's so gnarly. There's really only a handful of people that can afford to play in that game. So it's not like there's a ton of that stuff, and it's just kind of like laughable. Like when I was talking to Glenn with the towers thing about, like, and he was like, well, what if someone calls you and they want to design another all-wheel drive and this and that? And I'm like, that's not going to happen. I'm like, there's like, only a few families in off-road that are legitimately campaigning these things or building these things. And he laughed. He's like, yeah, I know. He's like, this is not going to happen. I'm like, yeah. I'm like,
you might get the call, but
well,
then
but
whether it ever goes through,
we get calls all the time for that. But once they get that sticker shock of like, oh, like we had this was a little while back, a year ago and change, roughly, a family that we designed a 6100 for.
Mm-hmm.
They initially wanted to do an all-wheel drive trophy truck, and they did not understand like what that entailed budget-wise overall, not just building it, but like the prep and things like that. So we started to put that together, and that was like, whoa. So
maybe 6100.
yeah. So instead, they're building a very nice 6100, an actually real competitive 6100, and probably in like a season or two they'll be done. It's very slow, but the point being is their budget constraint is really high, relatively speaking, but not in the ballpark of campaigning an all-wheel drive trophy truck high,
Well, it kind of goes back to, won't put any names, but a well-known family. They've been racing trophy truck for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe they went on to a new Mason all-wheel drive that ended up being really expensive every time it hit the dirt.
They are. There's no way around it.
Even for that family, which by no means, like, they have funds, but even for them, they were like, damn, this is a different game.
And they no longer have the Mason.
Yeah.
Yep. But that's a part of the reality of understanding what you're getting into.
For sure. And there's no way around that.
Well, that and like if you have the goal to race and you place yourself appropriately so that you're not overdoing that sort of, trying to play the dick measuring game.
Yeah.
Then you have a legitimate shot of competing. If you try to play a dick measuring game, like, you're not going to compete unless you're at that specific level. But
for sure,
that's a few and far between.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So now that we have, in essence, you've gone through multiple races, you've got the truck working.
Yep. Other spindle brakes. We roll.
Yes.
Big mess.
This is the first rollover.
This is the first and only. The first time the first spindle broke, we didn't roll, so that was lucky. So this is my first rollover experience.
Yeah.
And we were doing 73. Never forget the number. And and the other spindle goes out, and we go over a few times. And we were both fine, me and my co-driver. He was shooken up a little bit, but just frustrated. But we did bring a spare upright at this point. Funny thing was, it was a bent one because those FabTech ones were cast.
Yep.
Right? Now, this is the original. Oh, I should say it's technically my second roll because on the street when I first started this whole thing was the first roll.
No.
But in a racing world,
truck.
yeah. But that spindle upright from the accident, we kept just in case for one day. Mm-hmm. And the upright was slightly bent. And so it screwed the whole upper arm and everything. The camber was all, like, everything was out of whack. But we put that thing on. My co-driver was suffering from just some he did not want to get back in the truck. So I went alone. We got that thing going again. And I drove it as fast as I could, ran out of time that night, and but it was still, it gave me a lot of time to think. As I'm out there, it's nighttime, you're in the desert, all by yourself.
Did you want a beer, by the way?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I drink. Last night.
I feel horrible because of last night. So now I have to have a beer to feel better.
I haven't drank beer like that in a long time. So I'm like, I was feeling fine this morning, but now I'm like, the water's good. But like, I remember sitting there. It's all you have is your gauges, lights on. Mm-hmm. It's one of my favorite places to be, actually. Like, I wouldn't mind building a single seater and do it Sam Barry style or Ivan Stewart style. Like, I don't mind being alone in the middle of places like that. It's very peaceful to me.
Yeah. And
I remember that I had hours because the truck drove like shit. We'd rolled it and you couldn't go fast. Steering was so jacked up that I was starting to get the worst arm pump, but I didn't want to give up until the bell rang. I was like, no, I'm not stopping. Like, it sucked. I remember one time the steering was so jacked up that when I hit a bump, it ripped the steering wheel out of my hand. It spun so hard, and my thumb got caught
in the
spoke, but my elbow was up against the door, so it just yanked it, and I thought I broke it. So now I'm sitting there like driving one hand, right? Trying to get through this race and just thinking, God damn it. Yeah, how'd I get here, right?
Yeah.
I'm still having fun, but now I'm pissed because my thumb's hurting. And I knew I wasn't going to make it on time. I was trying. Actually, that was one of the first races where they did 2 loops. So you would go around, do one, very much like KOH does the T1s, T2, B1, B2 classes.
Whatever the trophy truck.
All those, yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Do 2 loops. And it was pretty cool. So, you know, you had one big loop and then one small loop. And everyone kept telling me, like, John, just come in, you know. And I was like, no. I'm happy you're out here. I need to think. Because I did not want to sit in the pits and think about, I knew that spindle was going to break, and that's why I'm here, right? Typical young man, like I told you so type of stuff, you know, just really frustrated. So I was in a more peaceful place out there, just driving, even though it was super slow. No one's out there anymore. Everyone's finishing. And so I come in and pretty much quiet, like, okay, I know what we need to do. At that point, I had now collected myself. I got into the pits. I'm a happy guy, you know. I didn't want to go in with any negative attitude towards anybody, you know. It was like, no, let's keep this happy. It was a good time. We were still racing. A day in the desert's better than a day in the office any day, right? So it's like, we got this. We just got a lot of things to fix. That's all. But we got this. And so I'm back at work, and I remember just thinking, like, now this is a moment in my life where I need to start making some decisions, because this thing is time consuming. I had met my now wife at the time. So I was, you know, extremely in love with her. Now I've got these 2 obsessions, right? Yeah. The first girl ever that I cared about obsessing about, and now off-road racing. And I'm like, how do you manage that? You know, like, she's all the way down in San Diego. I'm all the way in Big Bear. I'm riding down there every weekend when I could. And so I decided, you know what? You need to grow up, dude. Time to start. I'm thinking about a much bigger plan. Yeah. It's like, is this the class you want to be in? What do you really want to be in? And of course, like everybody, I want to be at the top. Yeah. I want to be in TT.
Well, yeah, you know? Trophy truck,
of
obviously.
Course. But is that possible? No, not now. You know, what else can you do, right? But I love the sport, like every class. And one of them was 7,200 because I felt that was a more viable, that was a possibility right there. And I also believed in stepping stones. Like, I believe in the ladder system. Like, start down low. I don't care how much money, how talented you are. I think it's good to put in a season or so in a lower class just to familiarize yourself with what the environment is and have full respect for it, you know? And to also be that little guy that gets passed by a trophy truck. When you get passed by these monsters, dude, it makes you feel like the littlest thing in the world. Dude, it's like you are getting peppered. You're moving out of the way, dude. Yeah. And if you're not moving, they're moving you. That's the way it is. And I feel that the best way to earn that respect for them and to learn to pay attention and get the hell out of the way is to put yourself in that spot and not just try to pretend to be that apex predator right off the bat. Yeah. You know, like earn your stripes for sure. And so I've always believed in that. Does not mean that everyone else believed in that, right? But I did. Mm-hmm. So when I started looking at 7,200, this was in the day when we may even have a picture of it. This is when Larry Rosler at an MDR race was racing the Team Orbit 7,200 Ford Ranger. I-beam system, The C&D Fab Works link, that one. Yeah, there it is. And I think she even flew another color scheme that other people might recognize. I think it was like green and blue and silver.
And that thing was like such a badass Ranger back
then.
then.
My God. And you're talking about the original 7200 rules, stock frame rails,
78-inch track width.
78-inch track width. This particular truck, now you could build up the motors, but it's still, this one had about 400 horsepower, I heard. Don't quote me, that's just what I heard. It could have been more, could have been less.
And this was considered like baller as fuck.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it was, man.
Yeah.
Like, you got a boner seeing that thing for sure. It was cool.
Like, what rich dude owns this?
Yeah. And it ran on 35s.
Which was like badass.
Yeah.
That was like the shit.
Hell yeah. And that truck, well, and also Larry Rosser, dude, being behind the wheel. That thing was it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful watching him work that truck. Right now I'm picturing this whooped out section that I remember him. Do you remember that that Avalanche trophy truck that was built? Yep. It was pretty.
Yeah.
You know, they had a lot of purple and chrome, you know, but I remember meeting those guys. They could be different nowadays, but at that time, very cocky. I was, you know.
Oh, Offroad Racing has guys that are arrogant? That's weird.
Right? Man.
I've never seen
Where'd you meet these guys?
That's odd.
And I remember thinking, like, they were the shit when they came through tech, man. They were just like, yeah, look what we got, right? Dude, this truck made that thing look like its little bitch. This one right here tore that truck up through the whoops.
Yeah.
Like nothing. And this is when I really started to pick apart vehicles of what was winning.
Yeah.
You know,
not what's pretty or what looks great, but like what wins.
Yeah, and I wasn't always looking at trophy truck or class 1. I was looking at the whole spectrum. And I really became fascinated with lap times and comparing classes. Because I would see these cars. If I wasn't racing now, I'm at these races and I'm still watching from the sidelines and studying them.
Yeah.
And so I'm seeing these class 10s go through this section. Then I'm seeing a class 1 go through it. And then I'm seeing like a 7200 go through it. And you're like, wow. And as you do that, as you're going around the track at different terrains, you're seeing that there's not a huge difference in some of these. So now you're picking up on...
Except for the cost.
Except for the cost, for sure. And this is also when I started, you know, picking up books about all forms of racing and reading, understanding race cars from all principles.
Yeah.
Right? All disciplines. And seeing what can be applied. And then that's where like this vision of what I wanted to build was. But it had no identity yet. It was more of just an idea. It didn't fit a class. It wasn't even 7200 yet. But that's where it was going. But I didn't know it at the time. It was more of just like, what if you build something that fit your wallet, right? What would you do to maximize the performance? What could you do? And I feel like that was another gift of not having the finances that others did, where sometimes you just go and buy it because you can, right? But this allowed me to really think.
Yeah.
Really think and try to come up with something that fit me, but also be high performance, right? So as I'm studying these and really connecting like with the PPI trucks, you know, those chassis to me still to these days, the Ivan Stewart trucks, like that was beauty.
Yeah.
You know, the way they would like the fuel cell, for example, and how it was a structural piece to the chassis.
Yes.
To controlling lateral loads, right? So
and that they were even thinking about that.
Absolutely. And then the fuel cell had machined parts out for his harnesses. So instead of adding tabs to mount harnesses, they were already built into something that was already existing. So it was simplifying something. This is when I really started to pull these cars apart like that. And other disciplines, whether it was Formula One, IndyCar, whatever, you start to see these patterns of how to make something simpler that is so complex. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it was more complex to simplify it, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Right? It's kind of weird. But when it comes together, it's a thing of beauty. And so I knew this is something I wanted to try to achieve. Like, I connect with that. Mm-hmm. So I want to incorporate that. How can I, right? So then I make this life-changing experience. I move in with my girl in San Diego, and the racing thing is not happening. I can't afford it, but I'm also focusing on a much bigger picture of a future. Yeah. Right? I know that she's the one. We're together forever. So I got to build on this. And then we end up moving up north. And this is 2009. Mm-hmm. So we've been there ever since. And we move up north, which is probably the worst. It was definitely one of the best decisions, but also the worst because it took me away from this thing that I love.
Yes.
Right. Which is now considered like my mistress at the time. Like off-road racing was now my mistress. Right. And it was not convenient to go to races. So I really relied on getting information through various websites, RDC or whatever. And some of them started to disappear also at this time. But nonetheless, every single day it was in my mind. I couldn't let it go. But this was also a perfect time that I knew what I wanted, because at this time, I can't remember the exact year, but it was in that 2007 to 09-ish era where they now changed the 7200 rules from its older, outdated to a newer tube chassis, full tube chassis, 85 inches wide, 37-inch tires. Everything else was open. Oh, V6, biggest. 4-cylinder or V6. But you could pump it out. Those were the only rules.
Yeah.
And a truck body. But, so I remember...
So it turned into a semi-unlimited class.
Yeah, it really was, because 6100 didn't exist. Mm-hmm. This really was a mini trophy truck. And I remember so many people saying that. Rick Roman's a good buddy of mine being like, man, I saw this thing. It looked like a goddamn trophy truck. Because it really did. I mean, it had the Robbie Gord glass on it. Yeah. The only thing is that it was about 2.5 inches narrower on each side, roughly. So now I'm getting excited. This is cool. But I remember thinking right off the bat, dude, the engine, the cost of this is going to get out of control. Because I know how people work.
Yes.
Like, there's no regulation on that engine, dude. Like, has anyone ever looked at what a Bush motor costs? Yeah, I remember thinking these, like, this is where the shit's going to go. And then before you know it, you had Travis Bazzano in the Blitzkrieg.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say it was
this truck.
Yes. I'm not going to say that was the very first, but it certainly was right there.
And this is like a smaller version of Nate's trophy truck at the time.
Yes. Yeah. Which was Householder the first?
Householder is the first trophy truck Nate built, yes.
Okay.
This was a smaller version
of that, right? Uh-huh. And this was before, and I know that we had Brenthal shortly followed that with their version. And then Mason came a few years later, and so I think Dave Caspino.
Exactly. Yep. I'm still friends with him on Facebook, actually.
Are you really?
I am friends with Dave on Facebook, yeah. Yeah, we talk shit to each other about different things, but he's pretty funny. He grows weed.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Well, good for him.
Yeah, but back then, that was the Red Gum shop days at Blitzkrieg. Matt Helton was there. That was Matt Helton's baby, that truck right there.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, this is good old days.
It was, and I mean, really, I remember looking at this thing. I saw it for the first time in person, and it was beauty. It really was.
I saw it when they were building it and everything.
Did
that was
you?
like the first time I got introduced to Nate, etc.
That would have been really
many
cool
moons
to
ago.
see it on a table. I mean,
yeah, pieces and shit like that, and
Yeah.
that, you know. And I remember when they were building Householder's truck, and it was like the first time I had gone there, and Nate was there, and I saw it in the shop, you know, like the starter pieces or something. I'm trying to remember what it was, and I was like, met Nate's business partner at the time, and I cannot remember his name, but he was like the machinist guy. And I was like, "Are you guys building a trophy truck?" And like the look on like their face is like, yes, like, you know, like they wanted to keep it like hush hush, but like they were so fucking giddily and excited to be doing it that it was like yes, we are. That was I'll never forget that. Yeah, that was so funny.
oh man.
And you know, back then, fucking they were not a dime a dozen.
No.
Even then, like that truck was still old, you know, at that time, because, or not old, I mean, it was by no means like the first trophy truck, right?
Yeah.
But it was the first Blitzkrieg truck, and there was not a lot of builders. And
So it was
we
really
were
cool to see a new builder.
Yeah, it was really cool to see a brand new builder, and that was like a big fucking deal.
Hell
like,
yeah.
ooh, someone else is building a TT, like stepping into this game.
Absolutely.
Now it's like
Things blowing up, man.
you know, yeah, it's all over the place. But with that said, it was that transition from, or not, you know, transition of being easier to build trucks relative to laser cutting tubes was right in that time period. Now it's a standard.
Yeah.
But remember back then, there was still like guys who were still building them by hand.
Oh,
You know?
right.
And so that transition was happening in that sort of time period. And that was like when things just started taking off in that direction like crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. It, you know, I remember this really changed my mind. I was like, yeah.
That is basically like a fucking trophy truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think it's a 6100 now.
Yeah.
I think they
believe
converted
you're
it
right.
over like years ago or something. It's
Which, you know, yeah, I think it might have been like I Love You Mom Racing or something like that.
No. That is a totally different kid.
Is that a separate one?
Totally different chassis,
Okay,
totally
okay,
different truck. And yes, that kid, I say kid. He's
Because he
not-
was at the time, he was like,
he was a kid, but yeah, there was a, oh God, I cannot remember his name. But that was a trophy truck. That was a different truck. Yeah.
okay. I do, you know, yeah, this right here, it was like, this is perfect, man. This is what needed to happen to this class. It's what needed to happen to this sport, you know, to really help bridge that gap between TT. Because we go back at it, like Class 8, although there were still some Class 8s out there, it was starting to really die off.
Yeah.
They weren't seeing the same turnout, right? And the next truck class would be 7,200. Now you did have like the sportsman classes, 1,400, that were getting gnarly at the time.
There definitely
right?
were some contenders that were throwing a lot into that.
Absolutely. But see, at the time, they were still considered sportsman class. They were not paid out classes. So in the, you know, paying classes, because you make so much money.
Yeah,
on
there's
this, right?
there's really no paying. It's a joke.
Yeah, it was, you know, 7,200. So it was like, okay, I feel like now stepping away from those old school rules, and just updating them to this is what it needed, and it really did. This class, that's when you started seeing the Masons building them. You know, Brenthal was putting them out there more.
And Mason was successful too.
They were.
Yep.
That was really the truck, man. Like, I mean, like they are now, right, with the all-wheel drive. But like at that time, yeah, because I remember seeing even when they had that Pro Runner, it was like a Class 3000 or something.
Yep,
like
that was another one of those classes.
Yeah, and some of the guys converted those into 7,200, kept it the same wheel width and everything, but they were small tubular chassis cars, right?
Yep.
And with success too. But then they came out with what Dave Caspino had, and others followed that version of a 7,200, which was really cool. And I'm just thinking this is the class I want to get into now. So now I got to start building my future.
Yeah.
Right. So obviously that takes time to get there.
It's expensive?
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, let me tell you, this sport.
Why can't everybody do this shit?
I know, man. It would be such a better world if everyone could just off-road race.
I would make a lot more money if everybody was building these things.
Oh, my God. I'd make more money if more people were buying them so easily.
I know. But yeah, so this is that, transition to the tube chassis, true tube chassis, 7200 direction, and phasing out
frame rails
of the frame rail beam OEM trucks that basically dominated 7200
for so long. That was really the only identity that class had.
Kingpin I-beam trucks dominated.
Absolutely. And now you're looking at this.
Yeah.
This was such a pivotal point in off-road racing, I felt, in moving in a very positive direction. The only thing I knew was only a problem for me. It wasn't a problem for guys like this. Like, that engine package was...
he had a good chunk of money into that, building that truck. That was not a cheap truck to build as far as 7200 goes.
I remember having some talks.
I mean, cheap by today's standards, but like when they built that was considered baller as fuck. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I remember having conversations, and being told, $50,000, $60,000 was what that Bush motor got you. But then it was about a $9,000 every race rebuild.
That sounds right. That does not surprise me.
Because they weren't known for going season long.
Yeah.
They were high rebuild prices. On the engine,
and they popped
everything else was
because they're strung so fucking much.
Yeah, they were. So, with that being said, I'm like focusing on this class so hard. Like, okay, I know what I want to build, but I can't do that. Like, I can't build that truck because it's still out of my reach. Like, I can't afford $100,000 a year engine package, right? So I'm still sitting there going, I'm now collecting data from every single race. It doesn't matter if it was MDR, Moore, Score, Best in the Desert. I was collecting them all.
Yeah.
And I was highlighting Class 10, 7200, Class 1, trophy truck. And I was doing comparisons that, I mean, even now, like in my shop, like I have, 14 years of paperwork, of data highlighted, comparing races of different classes, Class 10 to trophy truck to Class 1 on the same track, same day, so that there was no excuses. Oh, well, they ran on a Saturday and these guys ran on a Sunday. Track was way more torn up. That's why the times are so close. No. Those type of days, I wasn't really paying attention to. I was paying attention to the days where everyone ran on the same exact course, same
apples
exact
to
time.
apples as best as you can.
Absolutely. And I started seeing some very interesting data presenting itself. And especially between Class 10 being, this time I think they were just now stepping out of the wild Honda motors. It was more based on CC rules than supplier. So you had some pumped out Hondas, you had some pumped out V-dub engines, and they started stepping out of that and going into that Ecotech era, right? And so you've got this car that is like, 190 horsepower, I think. And on 35s, sometimes smaller. Some of the guys were running 33s.
Yeah.
But that power to rate ratio, even under suspension. I mean, what is a Class 10 pull on the back? 18? Something like that?
It's in that range.
Less?
It depends, obviously.
Because they're a little narrower, aren't they?
They are, but you're going to be in that range. You're definitely not in the low 20s. I mean, no, you could be. You could be like 20, 21, maybe.
But I thought that there was a width rule at one time where in order to get that number, you really had to go past that.
There's only so much you can do on that CV angle.
Yeah, yeah.
It's how greedy do you want to get? Because the greedier you are on that CV, the higher probability it's going to want to pull itself apart at speed, so.
Now, the one thing they had going for them was like, not a whole lot of horsepower and fairly light vehicles, right? So, you know, it was something to explore. Whether how long it would last was another question. But like, I started seeing these patterns of going back to why I liked the PPI trucks and stuff like that, was that concept of being light and nimble, you know, but also delivering in performance. And that in off-road, as we know, not everything is 4-foot whoops. And not everything is graded roads. You know, it's there's a big difference between when you go to Barstow or Laughlin or Baja, you know, Parker, right? All these different deserts have different terrains, and some of them favor certain styles.
Yeah.
You know? So I figured there was opportunity there to build something light and still keep up with this, though.
Yeah.
On a different budget, a much smaller budget. That was my goal. That was my mission. I was going to make that my mission in life, dude. I was like, no, I'm going to prove these motherfuckers that you don't need this amount of money to fucking go out and win and have fun, right? So all of a sudden, and it made sense, totally made sense, 6100 was born.
Yep. Arguably one of the best like decisions class-wise for our sport, because it really brought a lot of momentum to the industry.
It really did. But I remember my first thought, because I love this class so much, 7200's dead. And I knew it because why? They were too close, but because you had 6100 now running these LS3 or Coyote packages, right? But they were still limited at the time. For those of you that don't remember the original rules to 6100, they had 37-inch tires, you know, no underdrives. The width, it was 90, but it was mainly that engine package. So you were looking at the same exact truck, but with an LS, most of the guys were picking LS3s because the Coyote was having issues, I heard. I didn't follow it too much, though. I followed the LS3.
I don't follow too much of the Ford stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, me neither. So the LS3s were really successful, and it was cheap. You know, you could get these crate packages, right? Sealed through turnkey or whatever the deal was. And you could go all season long. I remember talking, is it Dave at ID?
Yes.
Yeah. Right? Okay. I remember calling him up because
Dave and Ivan.
Yeah, they had built one for I don't remember the guy's first name, but it was Bowden, I think. Like Bowden Racing.
It was really light. It was like 4,400 pounds.
Yeah, it was.
The uprights were like 17 pounds or something aside.
And I just remember being like, I like where this guy's going with it. I was always a fan of ID anyways, right? But it was like
SPD, ID.
SPD, yeah, exactly. And it was like, this is a cool concept. I remember calling him up and asking him like, what? Like, I got some questions, man, about how is some of this stuff lasting? Like, what are you guys running? So he told me about like even the axles. He was like, yeah, we've got, 300M axles, but a little shorter because the wheel width was a little closer on this one. I think he built that truck to like 87 or 88.
Yes.
On purpose, though.
I think it was something like that.
On purpose. And he says, we've got a full season on the axles. Don't even need to change them. Like everything was surviving.
Yeah.
He said the only thing, now mind you, it's just what he told me on the conversation. He said, the only thing is that, like, we should have put a little bit more rear weight bias to it. That's the only thing he would have changed at the time.
Because were those mid cells?
They were mid cells.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they only had 2 spare tires on the back.
Yep.
So that was they didn't even have, they had nothing back there.
So by transitioning that makes total sense.
So, but that truck still did good.
Now, to be fair, back at that time period in building, like I even built mid-cell trucks and done stuff like that. I mean, that was more norm. Now, it would be more odd.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, for anything that has that heavy of a V8 up front, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So, with the success of this truck and the liability and the cost, it made no sense to build these high dollar 7200s anymore.
Yeah.
And that's what you saw. You saw the beginning of the end. You know,
because that specific ratio was fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really was. So moving forward, though,
It's changed.
I was like, I want to bring back this class, you know?
Well, no.
But-
Let's review the fact that what you just mentioned and
Yeah.
reviewed, that's changed. That
Yes, it
ratio
has.
doesn't exist anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Now they're allowing V8s into it. You have
Well, no. What I'm referring to is the ratio of back then when 6100 was introduced.
Yeah.
They were arguably less expensive to build and campaign than competitive 7200s.
Yes,
Now, that's completely thrown out.
absolutely.
A competitive 6100 is north of 500,000.
Yes.
I mean, it's you
I know what
need
you're
to
saying
be above that range.
Mm-hmm.
Although the Brenthal's are like 300 and change or something like that, and they're decently competitive, and Jordanson did win in that. But the point being is, now that ratio has changed to where 6100 and competitiveness in 6100 is a much higher budgetary requirement
Yes.
than competitive 7200. Whereas what you were referring to is when they first brought that 6100 in, that ratio was flipped, and therefore basically, like
It was
you
in
said,
a good place.
killed 7200 as a class that would be interesting for people moving into classes. Like in other words, the guys already racing are still racing.
Oh yeah.
But the guys that are making the decision on what class to go into in that sort of budget area, well, yeah, I want the V8 fucking truck.
Yeah.
You know.
And I thought it was really cool, in a way, even though I saw, 7200 coming to its end. I also was kind of happy in a way for these guys to make such an easy transition into 6100, because I felt like you could put that LS3 in there. You're already running the 10-inch ring gear. You're already running the 37-inch tire. You're already within the limitations of that class. And everyone already had a turbo 400.
Yeah.
So literally you're putting a new engine in it, minus, all the other little tiny things, but you're not completely starting from scratch. So these guys had an easy transition to go into this growing 6100 class. But looking back on 7200 now, you're like, this is an opportunity to change what it is, because you can't have success on the same platform. Because why would you do the same exact thing to not have anyone come back? Because it's like, dude, it's the same thing. You got to change it up. So I wanted to build that bridge, like between the two, like, once again, it goes back on, I believe in the system going up, right? So now you have trophy truck. Let's stick with the truck classes.
Yeah.
You have trophy truck. Now you have 6100. Then you had 7200, right? But 7200's dying. And I always looked at, like, even when you look at, you take Formula One, you got Formula One, Formula Two, Formula Three, you have these layers that promote you into the next one appropriately. Now, even though, see, in my head, I'm creating this world that I believe in and I'm sticking to it, even though that's not how everybody is going about it. As there's plenty of guys that are like, no, I have the money. I'm just going to go put my kid into a trophy truck. Why not?
The 16-year-old
Because it's fucking cool.
Kid.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he can, right? Okay, great. Good for you. Way, dad of the year right there. That's fucking cool.
Yeah.
But for the rest of us who can't quite fit in those areas, I wanted 7200 to be that now again, but it had to be under different circumstances, but I knew that I wasn't going to be this guy who's been in the sport a long time, but technically has not been in these rooms. I hadn't been mingling with these people, so they don't know me. So the worst thing I could possibly do would be marching on down there and saying, we need to change these rules as a nobody, right? So I was like, no, I'll do it appropriately. Like, I want to build this thing and then I'll let it prove itself. And then at that point, we can discuss rebuilding this class to a platform that looks similar to this to help keep budget down. I guess one of the biggest thing is sometimes the initial cost, as everyone knows, that's really nothing. It's the prep cost that really kills people.
Yeah.
You know, but they get so caught up in the initial cost. That's the buy-in. They're like, yeah, I could totally afford this. And then it's like, okay, but now you need to, in order to keep that going,
it's a lot of
you
money.
you need to buy like 4 of them,
Yes.
technically, right? So
and then throw away the 5th set just because something's going to happen.
Exactly. So I wanted to try to achieve something that was more budget friendly, prep friendly, but I did not want to cut back on performance. I wanted people to get in this thing and know that it's a race car. This is not an oversized golf cart, go-kart. This is a race car. Mm-hmm. And you're going to have fucking fun in it. And it's going to be a contender. So that's where I went back on that data I told you about, right? Comparing classes.
Yeah.
And was like, okay, I'm looking at truck classes and car classes, class 1, class 10, right? And I'm thinking, there's so many people that jump from class 10 right into these other big truck classes. Yeah. They may not even go into class 1. They just go into a truck because that's where the trend is. I get it.
A few of them have done it very successfully, to be fair.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. There's always the exception, right? Mm-hmm. But then there's also that other side where the way a car acts is completely different from how a truck acts.
Yes.
So, you know, I always thought it would be a nice transition to have that 7200, that if you're in a class 10, the 7200 would be faster, but it would also be a nice introduction to a solid rear axle setup, a traditional 4-link setup, right? But without hitting the cost that it is to go into 6100, you know? And it wasn't for those guys that are like, I have the, or guys and girls, the people that like have the money just to jump in, and they want to be competitive, but yet that's not their drive. They're really just having fun.
Yeah.
And to them, being in this $500,000 truck is cool. So they're having fun, right? This isn't really for those, because those people are going to do whatever they want to do anyways. This idea is more for those that are taking racing seriously and their personal development seriously.
Yeah.
And
trying not to get over your skis.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, everyone knows is like Rob McCachran. That guy has driven everything, can drive everything. And I'm sorry, but if you want to aspire to be a driver, that's mine. You know, an all around badass dude, because he loved everything about the sport. It didn't matter if Laughlin, dude, I remember seeing him one day in a 1600 in one race, and then the next day running a trophy truck.
Yeah.
You know, or running that, do you remember that Hunter class 10 car?
Now, to be fair, a lot of those guys did that so they can, in essence, get a pre-run in.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No. Yeah, for sure. So I don't know. I just always really connected with that side. And for anybody who feels the same way, I wanted to create that opportunity that like, okay, we want to go a little bit faster, but we don't quite want to be in that budget of 6,100. This is our option.
Yeah.
You know? So after I had this idea of what I wanted to run, which by the way, by the time you and I got together had morphed quite a bit. Right. And
it will morph more. After you get the first truck out and going, you're going to want to change stuff. That's just how the natural progression is.
It does. And I think it has like in a very organic, beautiful way, has morphed into something better than what it was before.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yes, you're always biased to your own work, but you know, you're taking advantage of certain equipment that is out there to maximize the performance on a smaller scale, you know, a lower budget class, right? So, where'd you want to go? What part of the story did you want to go? Like, because I think how I found you, that was a crazy little bit.
I don't remember that.
You don't? Okay.
I don't. You told me this, and I'm blanking right now on the specifics.
So we fast forward, right? At this point now, I have my son, I have my daughter. We've bought a house, right? We're doing the whole American dream thing without the racing, which was always that hard.
Yeah.
But always the vision. And now at this point, my wife had totally been like, she knows we got to do this.
Yeah.
Like, it's eating you alive. It's been, you know, you haven't raced since 2008 or something, 2009. And it's eating you alive, I can tell. And I know you want to get this going, right? So we ended up, and it was my wife's idea. You know, she's like, what if, like, we bought our house in a good market and now we're in an opportunity to sell in a good market. Mm-hmm. So she brought up the idea, like, why don't we didn't like the loan option, so why don't we just sell and we use that to get you going? Mm-hmm. And so it was like, yeah, this sounds great. Sure. You know, but we got to downsize. So we totally downsized. We got rid of a lot of stuff, moved into a much smaller home, but it had RV access and a 22 by 22 garage, which was enough for me to get going.
Yeah. And
so that's what we did. And I quit my job. I was still doing tree work. I was a certified arborist at this point, but more on the manager side. So I wasn't climbing as much, which I missed. Yeah. That was my favorite part of the job, was climbing trees. But like, now I'm more on the manager side, and I'm just getting burnt, dude. Yeah. I'm not feeling it anymore. And I knew what I needed to do. And so we started it. We started Vanni Racing.
Yeah.
And Vanni is Italian for John. Giovanni is the full formal name, but Vanni is a short way of St. John. My mom's side of the family, who were Italians, would always call me Vanni, you know, when we saw them for holidays and stuff. And my dad always called me Johnny Five. And so they would be like, Vanni Cinque, you know? Mm-hmm. And so I felt like it was an appropriate name for the company. And so, yeah, here she is, man. My little shop, you know, that I built myself. That garage, dude, this whole house had to be torn apart, that I did myself. Mm-hmm. So I ended up remodeling this whole thing. I had the time now because, I'd quit my job, and I told my wife, I was like, okay, 5 months, I'll get us in here. And I think I went over that 5 months for sure. I did not meet the marker, but we moved everybody in there, and this garage, man, it was brutal. It had no insulation. You could see the exterior walls through the skeleton, right? Mm. It would get 140 degrees in there. That's how hot inside of the shop would get. So I decided to add everything to try to make it more livable, you know, and a touch of me, you know. But I remember I came across this random image, and I think it was on Pirate 4x4.
Yeah.
And these guys I was in the market for finding an engineer, someone whom I connect with, that is going to understand. I did not want to end up with someone who keeps wanting to tell me what I want. I wanted someone who was going to question me, but also understand what my overall vision was, because it kind of was going against traditional moves, I felt. Weight really had to be focused on. So I remember seeing this picture of a trailing arm, which would end up be the trailing arm on this truck in a way. And I saw this thing. Now, the image did not have the clevis shock mounts going over it. It was just the trailing arm.
Yeah.
But it was a render, right? So I'm like, that is cool. And I'm thinking unsprung.
I'm trying to think of what this was.
And I'm thinking unsprung weight.
Yeah.
Because one of the major things that I started focusing on was reducing unsprung weight and understanding G forces.
Yeah.
You know, which every form of motorsports focuses on it because it's so easy to achieve a 3G bump. It's like going 25 miles an hour over a speed bump creates 3 Gs on a normal OEM vehicle. So imagine how many Gs a fucking off-road vehicle is going through, flying through the desert.
Yes. Well, there's no fucking way to measure this shit.
No,
you'd have to like put a ton of data acquisition stuff onto the vehicles, and
no
one's ever done that.
No, because you can actually, they have accelerometers that will get you in the ballpark at a decent price if you want to measure those type of things. But no one wants to invest into that kind of stuff. So you're right. Like
not an off-road.
No, but I think it's very easy to say you could see an easy 10G bump. Okay. Now, Now the way G's work, it's very simple math. Every 100 pounds, 10 G's, that's 1,000 pounds of force. So if you can reduce 100 pounds on something in 10 G's, you're reducing 1,000 pounds of force. And when you think about that, those shocks, what they go through,
it's just brutal.
It is. And when you start understanding those little things, you can now start thinking, well, dude, if I start reducing weight, all this, like, can you actually shrink the size of the shocks? It's endless.
Yeah.
Where can we go with this to keep getting the weight down and down and down, and the parts,
scale everything appropriately.
It'll love you. It's kind of like your own body. If you put a 100-pound pack on your back and go and run, eventually your knees and all your joints and everything are going to be like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Unless you're conditioned for it. But you remove that 100 pounds and your body loves you again. A race car is the same way. All the parts that operate are the same way. They have limitations. And it's finding those limitations, right? So when I saw this trailing arm, I didn't know who it was. Now, mind you, I saved a picture of that trailing arm for
wondering where that was.
At this time, I think I had that picture for close to 4 years. And as I'm shopping, I'm calling different designers within the industry, and I come across you, and I remember clicking. Dude, you and I talked for shit. It was close to 2 hours, and I know you were busy. I could hear your keyboard clicking in the background and stuff.
Yes.
And, but you kept the conversation going. And I mentioned as we were starting to click and you were understand where I was coming from, what I wanted to do, I brought up this trailing arm and I was like, I want you to see this thing and tell me what you think. Right. And I started describing it as I'm trying to find this photo. I'm describing what this trailing arm looked like to you. And then all of a sudden you're like, do you have an email? Yeah, here it is. And you're like, hey, tell me what you think. Is this what you're talking about? And it was the photo. So for close to 4 years now, I am wondering who designed this trailing arm.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to meet that guy. Right? There was something about
Ross, that was the one for Ross King, I believe.
It was. Yeah, you ended up then filling me on the story.
Yep.
Of Ross King's pre-runner, Brett and Ross King's pre-runner, but
Tube Chassis K5.
But Papa King, why is this first
Lance.
name? Lance.
Lance was
I haven't said that in a long time.
He passed.
Yes.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
Yep. You and him had some deal. He had this idea about a clevis setup.
Yeah, they were doing that. This is so long ago that the original clevises were 3D printed at 3/4 scale because it didn't have 3D printers big enough, or at least the stuff that we had access to per se. And that's what Ross wanted to do, and so that's what we incorporated into that tube chassis. So I drew those link arms to complement what they were doing with that.
Yeah. And so it's just cool to see how it all came together. I mean, I'm sitting on this one image, a trailing arm. I know it's silly, but I was like, I want to meet this guy because I want to understand it.
Yeah.
I think this could be a good thing. And then it ended up being you. And it's just tripping me out because in that moment, it was like, yep, this is my guy. This is my guy.
Yeah.
You know?
I remember that initial conversation too.
Yeah. And then that was what started this.
Yeah.
You know, and days, hours of sitting there on the phone, exchanging images, drawings, ideas, back and forth. You telling me what would or would not be possible. You know, I remember submitting some stuff and you're like, yeah, but there's some limitations to this. And
everything has trade-offs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that's what was so cool, dude, was like, I didn't want that guy who was going to just always run his own way. I needed that guy who was going to question me. But if what I wanted to do was possible within, once again, focusing on budget, right? Like anything's possible, but how much can you do? So you still have to watch that cap. You still have to budget yourself. And that's what was great, dude, man. You and I bouncing back and forth. And then we didn't stop there, did we? It was, okay, if we have, and I give full credit to the inspiration in my head came from TubeWorks. When we came up with the sheet metal rear end.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I always wanted to do a sheet metal rear end, and that is thanks to, and you may not be able to find them anymore. I know that there's
these.
Oh yeah, mine. Yeah. Yes, that is the 7200 one, which now I also have a TT/6100/pre-runner style one.
This is the one going in your truck.
But this is the one that's actually going on the 7200, yeah.
Yeah.
And that baby, as you see it, let me see, is that as you see it? Yeah, that's as you see it. Link mounts, everything, was 68 pounds. 68 pounds.
Yeah, these things are pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. Very strong, very light. But once again, a prototype. You know, so we'll see. We'll see what it does.
Let's see, is there one?
I should have the TT one on there, but.
Oh, this is the beginning stages of the chassis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and wanted to do it right. I mean, you helped really, I mean, the chassis table, the fixture tables, you know.
And the links too.
And the links, yeah.
Which ones are these?
These are the TT links.
Inch. Okay.
So the 7200 links are 33.3 pounds a piece, or 33.6 pounds a piece.
40.4. That's, yeah.
And those are the 60 inch. Yeah. Still extremely light. And
yes.
then we created the chromoly version of the clevises.
Yeah, that's right. We did do that.
Mm-hmm. Instead of the more universal, like,
well, the King only makes one.
Yeah.
Well, kind of. They make like a few versions of the exact same one. We've had some issues with that because the collapsed links changed, unfortunately, and they did not. We had a client where they sent the truck had different
parts.
And they were like, no, they're all the same. And I'm like, dude, I'm telling you they're different.
Yeah.
I'm like, you guys got something off.
Yeah.
Like you guys have a batch that's different than the others. Sure enough, it was different, but whatever.
And even that one, dude, let me see if I could find even those clevis mounts were extremely light.
Oh, this is, yeah, you can see the housings in this picture.
Yeah. And those are, so that's the shorter arm or link arm, you know, and
well, this is the 7200 truck.
Yes. And so those ones are only 33.6. Extremely light, man. I mean, when you start adding these things up, I mean, 68-pound rear end, 33-pound trailing arms, you know, that's...
Well, without axles, without some of the bits.
Yeah,
but to be fair, we're on the lighter side of the table because we're designing it
way lighter
and building it specifically for this platform, not like all, you know,
no, exactly.
all the trucks.
Yeah, this isn't meant to, oh, hey, let me slap one of these on my other 6100/7200 truck. You know, like you wouldn't put this on the old Blitzkrieg. Like it's not meant for that.
Dude, you're probably 1,000 pounds lighter than Bozino's truck.
This project really was from the ground up. We had to think about everything. One of the major starting points, I don't know if you remember, but it was because of unsprung weight, it was the wheel tire package.
Yep. Just
Very
like
specific.
everything, you have to figure out what you have to work around that you cannot, in essence, make yourself.
Yes.
Like you're not going to go make your own tires.
No.
Yeah.
No, you're limited to what you got, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to make it light, to be nice on the components, but wanted traction, wanted a solid tire. Ended up going with the BFG KDR2 Plus. Okay, 35 1250. I believe in that 35 tire. And once we had
this is
that,
not a big 7200.
No,
this
not
is
at all.
a small truck, relatively speaking.
Because we're at 121 3/4, I believe, is the wheelbase, and even though the rules had eventually changed, I stuck with the 85 wide because I still have to stick by my bigger picture plan, is to go back to that. I don't see why the rules got changed in that way. I think it went to 88 or something. I don't know why.
I'm trying to remember who argued for that. I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't know who did it either. I'm not saying that it was a bad choice. I just didn't hear why. I can't understand it. So
yeah,
I was like, I thought 85 was fine. And so once we had that tire package, the other thing was, you'll notice that those hubs are a wide 5 bolt pattern on a solid axle rear end, right? And those did not exist.
Wide 5 hubs exist, just not what you wanted to specifically do.
Exactly. You could not get them on the 2.5 snout. And the ones that would, like, say, a Grand Nationals that were like Willwood circle tracks, that not suitable for off-road whatsoever. And not saying that it hadn't been done. I mean, hell, you got the BMW Gym Code that ran a wide 5. I think Mézières did the final machine work and branding on those hubs. And then, but you also had Duntech. If anybody knows of Duntech.
I have heard of Duntech, yeah.
Yeah. They mainly stuck around with the MDR and the Moore scene. And they had some truggies. They did class 1s and truggies. And I talked with Dunn in the early years. And
Dunn.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. And then Tech, Tech, Duntech.
Yes. Yep.
And so I remember them doing these truggies, but they had wide 5 on solid axle setup, and I always liked it. So I remember talking with him like, hey, how are you doing this? And he ended up just doing a super thick piece of aluminum that just sat between them, like a very quick, easy way of mounting the whole thing together. So the load, all the load is on that aluminum too.
Yeah.
Right. So it was like, yeah, I wanted to do something more official. So that's when with you, it was like, dude, this is what I want to do. And
because we did do something weird for the rear hubs to make all of that
yes,
rotational
we ended
force.
We had to use a 5 on 4 3/4 bolt pattern that sits within that cap. And then the wide 5 with a thin piece of, I think it's 043, maybe 065.
I think it's 065 4130. Yeah.
Star pattern, so that slips over the wheel studs, so that load can be shared.
Yep, because of the drive plate.
Yep.
Because we didn't want to get into making custom
that got
drive
too expensive.
Plates. Yeah.
Yes, way too expensive.
Well,
even though it'd be baller, it'd be nice.
It's doable, but for what we could buy the drive plates that you're using, it was like, why?
For sure.
Why make that 5 times the cost?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, you could use road racing stuff, like Speedway Engineering.
That's right. That is a Speedway. Those specific pieces were from Speedway, that broaching. Yep.
So, it goes back to knowing that these parts have survived in other cars throughout the history of desert racing. Sometimes those parts just weren't on the right application.
Exactly. It's use and application
Yeah.
makes a difference relative to whether or not it's like, oh, that's,
Right.
gonna fail.
Right.
Well, it'll fail on this vehicle.
Yes.
But on this one over here, it's like it works with the platform.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that, once again, because that's the movement on this chassis the entire time, right? Every choice we make was, what's the weight? What, there was always a much bigger picture that small part would play a role in.
Yeah.
Because everything together collaborated makes everything work. And you have to approach
From the start, from the tire and wheel package selection. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's not a cookie cutter truck by any means.
No.
Because everything is fucking different than
It is.
any of the other 7200s in that regard. Yeah.
For sure. It's very purpose built. I would not take this if a customer came up to me and said, well, I want to throw these 37s or 40s on there. I want to do this engine, all this. I would not say, okay, like that's all it's going to be. Like we're going to have to rethink some things.
Yeah.
Because this is very much built for its purpose.
Yes.
Yeah. Now,
we would have to change a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'd just start a new truck, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, the chassis is fine. It's all the bits were designed to have, just enough to get us to that unsprung weight, just enough to get us forward. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I feel like this is, I know that other builders have claimed hybrids, like, they build a 6100 and they're like, this is a hybrid between class 10 and 6100. You're like, dude, there ain't shit on that truck that is a class 10, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, so I want to know the hybrid. I feel like this, when you look at the front suspension, pictures are sometimes hard to justify the actual size.
Yeah.
But when you look at those arms in person, you could easily see that stuff being on a class 10.
Yeah.
They're not crazy bulky. They're simple, they're strong, and they're light. I mean, I have the weight on most of those, like on stickers. Sometimes you can actually see them. But
on the arms themselves?
Yeah, I think that lower arm is like 18 pounds or something.
You had...
Sometimes, yeah. I may have put the
all
stickers
bearings
on.
and spacers, 27.3.
Oh, yeah.
Lower control arm.
There we go. So, not bad.
Yeah, yeah.
And the upper arm is way lighter.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, everything from why we went with inline shock package versus a more common equal ratio coil-over bypass.
Yeah, instead of side-by-side, this is inline.
Yeah. Yep. Was to help save weight.
And you're running the shock package that complements that. You're not trying to stuff big shocks.
Mm-hmm, exactly. And we also went with the clevis idea in the front.
Yep. All of it's clevis.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that helped keep the weight down. And then moving forward from there, I remember we fit an LS3 in there with a turbo 400.
It will fit. It's tight, yeah.
But it did go in.
But we would have to redraw some. Well, we would have to update some of the suspension bits.
Oh, yeah.
To go to the more weight of a platform. Yeah.
But we knew we were never gonna I knew I was never gonna put a V8 in this thing to begin with. So
true.
We just
but
knew
it has
it
the
could fit.
room to fit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It'll be tight, but it'll fit. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was like, okay, now we got to figure out. Once again, sticking with either a 4-cylinder or a V6. Now, in the beginning, I was thinking about going with the new Chevy 4.3. Then all of a sudden, I come across, I'm diving deep.
Yeah.
Everything that I'm doing on this thing now, I'm thinking way outside my normal box. I'm like, well, why can't I explore other options? I'm getting numbers, weight numbers. I'm getting performance numbers, and I come across this Honda motor, the K20C1. Now, this is now, when I'm looking at engines, we were still doing computer work, and this is 2018.
Yeah.
And which was really close to starting, because 18, was it 19 that I started actually welding tube? So 18, I'm trying to find information on this motor, and very rare. Dude, even Googling this motor was like, no one other than this company I found, 4P Racing, out of Indiana.
Yeah.
Okay. Knew anything about this motor. Now, when I found out about it, it was a thing through HPD. So the numbers looked, it's a turbo 4-cylinder stock. It puts out, 305, 310 horsepower and equal amounts of torque.
Yeah.
But that torque rate, that max torque comes out at only 2,500 RPMs, really low. So I'm thinking this could be fun because now it's going to be kind of torquey, like low end, which could also save in fuel consumption. Because if it's getting us through areas, like going to, when you go from a 2-stroke to a 4-stroke, do you remember riding your first 4-stroke dirt bike? It was just like, dude, you would just pull out of things.
Yes.
And you could be in the wrong gear and it would still pull. And that's how I felt this was going to be. Kind of, you got that low end. You don't need to be in high R's to be pulling that torque to get you out of situations.
Yeah.
Right? When you're climbing things. And you can also help conserve fuel, which allows you to go further.
Yeah.
So it was all part of this plan of why I liked it. I saw these advantages. So I called up HPD. And HPD, I had never dealt with them before. I only heard rumors.
Yeah.
Of not the easiest.
Yeah.
Right? And you kind of got to be a cool kid in a way, right? And apparently I wasn't a cool kid yet. So like I'm trying to get information and this guy is just, not being helpful whatsoever. Yeah. And I just had to keep digging. So I was bothering him, email after email, call after call. And finally he gave me some time and only to tell me, you got to get a hold of legal, our legal group.
Yeah.
Like, what are you trying to use this for? So I explained it. Like, off-road, dude. Like, like your buddy Proctor, like that team that you help support.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that kind of thing. I'm like, yeah, in fact, same class, different motor.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, let's see. Let's send it off to legal. So legal gets back to me and they give me a big fuck you. Nope, not happening because off-road does not offer membership cards. That's the only reason. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, the organizations have to offer membership cards. And then I remember getting on the Best in the Desert's website and they had these like membership things and I submitted that. I was like, does this work? And for some reason it did not pass. They're like, no, that's not what we're talking about. So I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about then? Like, I want to try to bring this thing into desert racing.
Yeah.
Like, I like it. Why can't I get it? So I'm like, all right, fuck that. Who else deals with this? So I'm still researching. And then that's when I found 4P Racing in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Or Indiana, not Indianapolis. Indiana. And I call him up, talk with the owner, cool dude. And he's like, this is the future. And when I'm looking at 4P Racing, this is all they do. They are Honda pros.
Yeah.
They're known on the East Coast for high performance race engines. And he's like, dude, this is the future. This is literally, we have been working on it for like 2 years now because we're close with HPD. I've been working with them forever. So he's in. He's one of the cool kids. I'm like,
yeah,
I need you. You're the guy. So I'm like, look, I don't need anything crazy. Yes, I would like a built one, but I'm not starting out that way. I want a stock unit. What is it good for? And that's when he was just breaking it down. He's like, man, you can build this thing up with a simple ECU tune to 400 horsepower. Don't change anything. Don't have to change the turbo. Don't have to change anything. 400 horsepower, it'll last all day long. No problems. After 400 horse, you start bending things. I'm like, wow. I'm like, well, how high can you get these things? Right?
Yeah.
And he's like, we just built 1,000 horsepower one.
Yeah.
I'm like, 1,000 horsepower out of a little 4-cylinder, And he's like, yeah, and we can get more. Now, fast forward, they built I think it was 1150.
Holy fuck.
Right? Now, mind you, some of the shit they're doing is like drag race and stuff, but still impressive for a little motor that's 250 pounds, 256 pounds or something like that.
Yeah.
Little. So I was like, hey, dude, is there any way I can get you to purchase the engine? Like, me purchase it through you? He's like, well, I'd have to make a little money on it. I was like, you tell me your price, because I can't get it any other way. So he charged me a couple grand over asking price. Fine with me. I was like, I want this engine. And I got it. Now, one of the shitty things was, dude, is the way they handled it. He calls me up, and he's like, he's got my address. We're thinking HPD is right here. They're going to just ship it up to my house up north.
Yeah.
No.
They shipped it to Indiana.
They had to ship it to Indiana, so I had to pay for the cost there, and then they had to ship it to me from there. Yeah. I had to pay for that cost. They would not ship it directly. I'm like, whatever, dude. All the games, right?
Fucking games.
All the games. This is bullshit. Well, now, luckily, Mountune now sells these. There's a handful of companies. HPD has now released it, so these engines are a lot easier to come by.
Yeah.
But when I was going through the shit, I got dragged through the mud. It sucked. It fucking sucked. But the cool thing was, this hadn't been done. Those engines are horizontally opposed in the Civic Type Rs.
Yeah.
Okay, 2017 and up. And so with that, now you're trying to set it up inline. So we went through all of the growing pains, as you know, of creating an adapter plate to the transmission. We'll get to in a second, selecting that. Fortin was a lot of help in this department. We 3D printed.
I think you posted that.
Yeah, we 3D printed the adapter plate. There's the different versions. Yep. So since we got a picture of the transmission now, that is the Fortin Sequential FRST4. That thing is 97 pounds. I literally carried it into Fortin.
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah. I told him, don't even bother putting it on a crate, dude. I'll just bring it into you. I had a chain hooked up to the back, where the little ears are, the little mounting tabs, towards the back, and Messier plate starter. That thing weighs about 5 pounds. We were able to shift that. We had to configure quite a few things.
There's nothing that exists for this right now.
No, this is all first that you're seeing, and we went with a torque converter. Even though we gained about 25 pounds-ish, 14 to 25. It's hard because of fluid, but those are the numbers we roughly have versus doing a clutch. Doug was very like, dude, you want to do the converter. It's going to last. The clutch is not going to last. And, there was definitely pros and cons to each one. And there was more pros to going with the torque converter. So because of that, you could not run the starter in the stock location.
Yeah.
We had to relocate it down to the bottom where the stock exhaust downpipe
because the motor's all fucking turned in the car. Yeah.
Yep. Would typically go down the center. So
that's where that header collector was from the stalker. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. But the cool thing is we now shifted about 5 pounds down about 15 inches lower
Everything
in the
matters.
chassis. Yes, it does. So then if you go back to the photo before that one, I think it showed the flex plate and adapter. Yeah. So that adapter, Fortin had to design. Justin Ragg over at Fortin did most of the drawing up on this. You want to see, for me, I know for some of you, it's not a big deal, but to me, if you want to know what $800 in custom bolts looks like. So,
fuck yes.
So the thing is, now to be fair, there is one more set. So I got 2 sets for $800. So that's $400 worth of bolts right there. But we got some ARP ones that were meant for the K20C1.
Yeah.
There was a slight clearance issue. They wouldn't work. So we custom. It
is what it is.
It is what it is, man.
Welcome to racing.
That was not a cool call to get, but it was whatever.
Welcome to racing and doing things that are different.
Yes. And I love it too. Even though it can be frustrating as hell, this is what I love, man. Trying to create something different. And I had people sitting there arguing, oh, John, you're now, you're getting a $20,000 transmission. I was like, well, actually,
I think that was probably one of the things that were definitely worth, like, spending the money on that is
gold.
Matches the overall
goal.
Not just goal, but the whole philosophy of everything we did design-wise, from, like you were saying, starting from the wheel and tire package. Like,
yeah,
that was a very good decision. I'm really happy with that, Fortin, too.
Me too, man. Me too. It's shorter, a lot shorter, which allowed us to shift that whole mass.
Way the fuck back.
Way the fuck back. I mean, people are going to trip out when they see it. They're like, how far, where the fuck is it? It's crazy.
The cool thing too is looking at this, like, that so the turbo does kind of stick out, etc. But
yes,
the assembly is not big and it doesn't weigh a lot.
No.
So we almost ran into the problem where we almost had not enough weight in the middle of the chassis, so to speak.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. So these were huge improvements.
Well, I don't know how much you want to disclose about. I'll let you talk, so I don't want to say anything.
What were you
about
thinking?
The fuel stuff? Like okay.
Oh, the fuel stuff.
Because none of that's you've posted yet, so I don't know if you wanted to talk about why those decisions were made.
Actually, I do think I posted the fuel cell designs. The twin cells. I thought I did that was just mounting some stuff for the transmission.
I don't think you posted that.
But go down, go back, and then scroll down. Scroll down. Right here. Did I say anything in that other one? This one here?
Oh, yeah. This is when we were mocking that up.
Yeah, working on the third and final version. Yeah, so we weren't even done yet, but we were close. We had the idea. And this was one of those ideas that came at, I want to say it was like 2:45 in the morning. I couldn't sleep. And I may have had a drink or two. But I'm chilling, staring at this thing.
Yeah.
And I was not completely happy with just the mid-cell design. We had already done
we had a few versions mocked up.
We did, yeah. This was the third version. That first version.
We changed cooling too, right?
We did,
yeah.
The radiator got shifted because it actually sat right below the mid bar, right behind the seats.
And we had the oil coolers and the ton. Like we did a few different things when we were mocking all this up. Yeah.
But the heat exiting the coolers did not have an optimum space.
Yeah, it was going to start packing pretty bad.
It was. So then we were talking about adding bigger fans to draw the air out of there and out the bottom.
Yep.
And then it became in real world. So this is as you and I are talking in the
CAD,
computer world, in CAD. And then real world, I'm starting to put these things together and we're running out of space real quick, right? And it was like, this ain't going to happen. So I remember just sitting there like, damn, how am I going to fix this? How am I going to fix this? I know it's here. And one night I just had to give myself it was the right combination of a different view. I got up on top of my chassis table, got a different view looking down at the chassis. And I started reminiscing about the past designs I'd seen. In fact, part of that, Duntech did a split cell, but the reason he did it was because it was cheaper. He bought two like jazz cells instead of buying one legit cell, right? So it was like, okay, here, let's just get these and put them together. But I remember in that time thinking, you could use that to your advantage. And I'm sitting here going, wait. What if we split up the cells? So now, because of the projected fuel mileage, which is supposed to be really good, that we won't talk about because, well, it's only projections right now. So it's it's nothing sound. It's theory, but it's good. So theoretically, it looks really good. So then, it's like,
on paper, we're already winning races. So.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, we are. So we have this cell idea of splitting up, and it allows proper airflow. So there is aerodynamic values being built into this chassis. We are actually, I am, really into
and we kept the
aerodynamics.
weight low. I mean, there's a lot of positives to how we
did
have
lower
this set
a
up.
lot of weight. Yes.
Yeah.
And
like almost all the weight is fucking way below that mid rail.
Yep. Which was always the idea, right? Never wanted anything up there. And with this, you have 30 gallons mid, and you had 29 point something rear. So almost identical, off by a few gallons. Those aren't perfect numbers, but they're ballpark. So then it was like, well, man, what if we, you're using the mid cell, but you're keeping that rear bias weight. So now you have a more consistent feel in the chassis. And it gave all these opportunities for actual race conditions of playing with weight distribution. Because maybe, like I said, it's all theoretical at this point. Maybe you don't even have to dip into that rear cell. For a particular race, say a shorter race, you might be able to run just on that mid cell. And
because that motor is going to be very efficient, relatively speaking.
It is.
For racing.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. For racing conditions, it is very efficient.
We're keeping it 400 power for now, right? Was that the initial game plan?
That 375, I don't want to top out at 4 because I know we're walking the line on.
Okay.
So keeping it down just a little tamed.
Yeah.
375.
So basically, like the gearbox is never going to be rebuilt because like there's no fucking way that's enough power to have any issue on that Ford.
Nope. No. And they told me, they were like, she's meant to be.
We'll see you
hard.
in a few seasons.
Yeah, exactly. That's the idea, man. I mean, even on the third member, going with the aluminum strange
to save some weight, because like you don't. That's the thing, is everything on the platform from the start was done in that direction, not like, oh, we're now going to try and lighten this thing.
No, it was every step of the way.
Yeah,
that thing saved 15 pounds to its iron brother.
Yes,
and so it was like 15 pounds. Heck yeah,
unsprung weight, mind you.
Oh yeah, massive amounts of weight. So I remember, though, it was like, can it survive? And I remember you and I both being positive, but I needed a little bit more confirmation. So I called up Strange. And this
is the through-bolt one, if I remember correctly.
The through-bolt, yep.
I've liked those. I've run those in off-road stuff, just not like trophy.
You're the one that
stuff.
introduced it to me. Yeah, you brought it to my attention. I was like, oh, yeah, dude, I want to look into this. So I remember calling up Strange and being like, hey, I need to talk with some people who have dealt with this. And it's going to be hard because I need to find eventually someone who is somewhat off-road related.
And unfortunately, those dudes are not in that ballpark. Yeah.
No, not at all. But the funny thing is about 15 calls later, I seriously, I had mapped it out at one time. My phone travel, I was going state to state, dude. Each person I would call had me calling. They were cool. Every fucking person I called was so fucking cool, dude. They were like, hey, try this dude out in this state.
Yeah.
And I'd call out there, wrong hour, wait till the next day, right? Call this state. They had me seriously traveling the whole U.S. and eventually ending up in Nevada, where this guy who was building some KOH stuff also worked on a TT, was like, I told him about our idea about supporting the third member, all that stuff, like how it was going to be designed. And he was like, you know what, man? I've seen it survive on a truck that had 800 horsepower. Now, mind you, it was in a KOH situation, but still, that's still brutal. And they were running 40-inch tires, 800 horsepower, and they had no problem.
That's what I was saying, is I know guys running some decent stuff through those third members.
Yeah.
The only argument could be made that they could get hit and fucked up easier. But again, you still don't weigh a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that force has also changed as well, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I think going back to that Fortin Trans, it was definitely money well spent because of how light, the performance, the sequential, the extra gear that we're getting out of it. There were so many values that if I went the Turbo 400 route, I'm adding about 115 pounds. There's length.
I know, because now we're really pushing that into like, it's a borderline mid fucking motor.
It is, yes.
As far as a front engine truck goes, it's a fucking mid mid-truck motor.
Absolutely. And that was not going to be one of those items. If this thing was going to be a more, I guess, like viable option for someone, a more sustainable option.
There we go. You can kind of see how far back the motor is.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Here's the back of the bulkhead.
Yep.
Like where the motors normally are about here.
Yeah.
You know, and you're like...
It's about where your feet are. Dude,
yeah,
like
you're
where
like
my
a
pedals
foot
are.
further back than like where the front of an LS would be in a 6100.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, for sure.
So, like I was saying, we were concerned on that problem of did we really fuck ourselves on the weight distribution, because most trucks are shoving massive fuel cells, etc., everything behind their axle.
Yep.
Because we're in essence counterbalancing some bits here when we are so much lighter in the front end of this thing that we split the cells. Now you can play with the weight distribution. We run a single spare. Everything is still, all the weight is below the mid rail. And we have some toggle.
Yes.
You know, and this motor has a ton of room up here that you still have, you can mount stuff in essence.
For sure.
Yeah.
And even that, you know, everything is being measured like optimally. Like where is the optimum position for it, and is it possible? So even like the shock reservoirs, dude, it has taken me months because I had to go back and forth with King on what is the absolute longest hose you could run before you start to see a performance degradation.
Yeah, you don't want them too long, that's for sure.
No, shorter the better, obviously, right? But I wanted to know, what are my limitations? Because if I can shift that weight down.
Yeah, how far can I go till I'm fucked?
Yeah. So that took a while to really settle down on and be like, hey, this is, you know, now I'm going to be doing this. Cooling. I keep the coolers down low.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And of course, there are going to be air ducts. There'll be airflow that goes through this, through various styles. There'll be NACA ducts and things like that. But there will be proper airflow going through there. Same, now you can't see it in this photo. I have not posted it. But the turbo has been moved. So I spoke with some specialists.
That's right.
And we are now taking 20 pounds, a little over 20 pounds worth of weight. Because on these K20C1s, it's a turbofold is what they're calling it, because there is no manifold. It literally comes straight out of the block now. So instead of like 4 ports, right, with the manifold then coming off the ports and into one, the way this motor is set up is directly out of one port. And it's very simple, very clean, but also what you were saying earlier, by having that turbo there now, because Honda designed it for horizontally opposed, so it's beautiful.
You're basically doing everything fucking wrong relative to how they designed that motor.
Yes, because now it's shifting everything that was so easily accessible and packaged well on my driver's side.
Yeah.
Right. So you're putting the downpipe, you're putting the heat, everything right there, man. So I was like, this has got to change. So I had.
We don't want to cook like the fucking bits for the throttle and the fucking.
Yeah, for sure. I want everything to run as cool as possible. So I started dissecting this part of it, and what ended up happening is I am shifting the turbo back, so it's 21 and some change pounds.
Yeah.
Back 42 inches, technically, where it's going now, between the seats.
Yeah.
Above the transmission bay. And there will be an exhaust manifold that now, and I found a company who makes a cool adapter plate, so I don't have to custom machine them.
Okay, cool. Because I remember that was on the list of.
Yeah, and this is what's cool is slowly companies are now starting to come out with these cool bits.
Now that we've waited so long.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Exactly.
And you could have bought the motor for a few $1,000s less.
Yep. Oh no, you could totally get it less now. And so, so we'll feed that back. And now the way even the exhaust will come straight up and out. So the heat is out of the way.
Yeah.
And away from everything, and how the air is going to go in, it is not going to be a problem for this, because there are multiple fans, ideas that you and I have discussed over the years.
To create that sort of...
that will draw.
Yeah.
You could always add little fans.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I want everything to be as in its optimal environment. So if there's heat, so that's why I've even looked up, there's two companies I like. There's Zerkotech, which is, these are ceramic coating companies.
Yeah.
Zerkotech is in the UK, and Swain Tech is in North or South Carolina. Oh, no, sorry, New York.
Yeah.
They're in New York. Now, the difference is they both do ceramic coating. Now, true ceramic coating, is only white, because that's what raw, true ceramic color is white. Anytime you add a pigment, so when you see gold, bronze,
they're
red,
pigmenting the white,
anything,
basically.
When you add a pigmentation, it reduces the thermal effect big time.
I would assume there's variance in that. Yeah.
Yes. So now that's where companies will, in their marketing strategies, try to tell you otherwise. Now, there is a place.
I know exactly who you're referring to that does that. They're in the muscle car industry.
You have
I can't think of the name right now. It's killing me.
it's a very common name.
Hot something?
Yeah, like.
But yeah, like in other words, like they have all these different colors and
yes,
it's like fluff. Yeah.
Yes. And so you have these companies that aesthetically, like they make your motorcycle look cool. Like, you know,
muscle car. We had done a lot of that with pro touring stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not so much off-road.
And there's like Thermocoat. Thermocoat's another company, right? But there's a heat. It'll come to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
there's a ton now.
So yeah,
but, you know, 10, 12 years ago, that was few and far between. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That was the cool new thing with like the pro tour shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so the thing is with those coatings though, their market are those guys that are trying to show off beauty versus performance.
Cool factor.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now when you get into the performance side of the world, and it doesn't matter if you're in NASCAR, you know, who Swain Tech was a major supplier for.
Yeah.
IndyCar as well. And then on the UK side, just pick any of the many forms of racing in the UK, right? Was Zerkotech. Now, between the two, Swain Tech is slightly thicker.
Yeah.
But their thermal reduction is up to 55%. So when you start breaking these numbers down, when you start looking at how much heat does the turbo put off, so that initial pipe that comes out of the turbo, what kind of heats are you seeing right now? Now, turbo happy spots were somewhere between 14 and 1600 degrees. I think there was only like a 200 degree window that it loves being in.
Yeah.
Now, you take that and you reduce 55%. You're seeing some really low temperatures. So, and Zerkotech was 33%, but they're a slightly thinner material.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why Swain Tech could get away, but they're rougher. So now it becomes one of those things. Are you one of those guys that really cares about the performance? Go with Swain Tech. Are you a guy that wants a little bit more beauty on the product? Go Zerkotech.
Yeah.
Because it's thinner and it's smoother. Swain Tech is rough.
Yeah.
And thick, you know, but it does a better thermal job, protection job.
So you're going with Swain Tech.
So yeah, I'm going to go with Swain Tech.
Fair enough.
And I'm coating everything.
Yeah.
Everything, dude, with proper airflow on top of that. So not only are you going to trap that heat in where you want it, because the turbo wants that, it wants that heat. So you don't want heat dissipating when the turbo has now been moved from its main source, because you got to figure that the turbo was attached directly to the block. Mm-hmm. So you're getting the hottest air possible, which helps drive the turbine, right? Well, now you're moving it away. So if you do a stainless pipe and you don't coat it, or even say you wrap it, dude, there is so much heat dissipation still happening that you could suffer from turbo lag. So in order to keep the turbo operating somewhat close to optimal location, like it was, you have to trap that heat as much as possible.
You could coat it and wrap it.
Yes, no, absolutely. So that's what, extreme measures are being taken in this spot because not only do I want to trap that heat, it's in the engine bay and I want to keep all that cool. So I want all the air flowing through, exiting out, keeping everything flowing. And I don't want any additional heat you don't need. So that will be coated and the exhaust is going to be coated coming out and protected. So now this is all in conjunction with also trying to put an intercooler right in that location above the mid-rear cell, right below the mid-bar.
Yeah.
Because it literally was the only place to keep things short and weight distribution to a maximum.
Yeah.
Because other locations now added more tubing, more front weight bias.
Yeah.
But when you have those longer tubes coming from an intercooler, you now don't get the maximum benefits of cold air. It now gives a chance for that air to heat up, traveling from one location to the next. Okay? So the shorter you keep it, the cooler it is, because the coolest it's going to be is coming right out of the intercooler. Unless you add additional cooling like fins, which companies make, and I might do that.
Yeah.
There's one company, Silicone something. They make a simple inline. It looks like a King reservoir. Like it's finned. It's just finned. Yeah. So when you understand fin technology, I always thought it was about the air traveling through the fins, whether it was going down the fins or over them. It's actually just about surface area. Mm-hmm. And that's how heat dissipates, right? Is off of surface area. So when you increase that surface area
with the fins,
it increases the ability to release more heat. So I may even throw an additional one of those finned inlines. It's a 2.5 inside outside diameter for the mounting points, and then you have the fins. So coming out of the intercooler, you could run it through an additional cooling system before it even gets back to your engine, just to take that extra little advantage.
Wondering if that would be better to do that before the intercooler.
Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah.
So in other words, not after the intercooler, before it goes to the motor.
You could totally take advantage of that, yeah.
So that the intercooler can be more effective by sending slightly colder.
You're releasing that much more hot air out of it, or heat out of it, and the intercooler handles a little bit cooler air going in.
You're not going to overload the intercooler, so to speak, with too high of heat. Or help it, so to speak,
Yes. So part of that design was to have pre and post additional coolers because it's not adding weight. They're so light.
Yeah.
They're aluminum.
How much are they? Under $100?
Dude, they were like $25.
Oh, yeah. Then that's
super cheap.
That's totally worth it.
Way worth it. Yeah. Well worth it. So, you're working with these parameters, and I think that's one of the hardest things. You could easily build one of these things, and I'm gonna use that word I'm gonna kind of whore that word around a little bit, like use it very easily because like they're not easy by any means. No race car is easy to build, but in this sense, you could take one of these and just start slapping shit around. This looks good. Let's mount it here. This looks good. Mount it here, and you're done.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Who cares about weight distribution, all these.
I'm fighting that on the new
physics
on the new one cars. We're trying to get as much weight forward as we can.
Yeah.
The Illumicraft is 60% and change rear.
Ooh.
So I want to be like 55.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take some maneuvering and figuring out because we're fucking rear engine, big block. And
a lot of weight.
Well, I'm using
and you got
the
that fuel cell, even though the fuel cell is behind the seats. Yeah. That's still that mid-rear.
Yeah, I mean we do have a lot of heavy stuff up front because of the all-wheel drive. But
is the class 1 still? Is it 100 gallons? What were you able to fit in there?
It's gonna be probably 90.
Okay.
90 and change, said and done. The outside constraint right now in the computer is showing over 100.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna still have to trim some, and bladders and bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And we're on that fine line if we can barely fucking get it out the window. So I may have to pull some. So we'll say 90 is probably realistic for usable, said and done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I feel like is good for what we're doing, but we are running a trophy truck motor, so it's gonna fucking pull fuel.
Dude, hell yeah.
I mean, we may have it slightly. I mean, James Lynn was talking about detuning and stuff like that, but
which I figured out, dude. It's about 540 pounds worth of weight right there.
Yeah.
When you take that class 1, the 90 gallon, because it's about 6.1 pounds per gallon.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have 2 cells, driver passenger.
Oh.
Yeah, split the drive line, so to speak, and so that they're easier to get out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because we have to be able to remove them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, and then that comparison, so to speak, is what I'm using is the Illumicraft, because they're in essence who we're going to be competing against mostly as far as all-wheel drive stuff goes and things like that. So I know they were 60% plus rear. So
wow,
we want to do better than that.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm shooting for like 55. I'm trying to do everything we can to get as much weight forward. So
for sure,
we're doing some weird stuff to try and, not weird, but just doing our best.
Absolutely.
To put that as far up there as possible.
One of because I'm trying to shoot for a certain percentage as well, at least get a starting point, and then that can always, like everything, evolve right from there. Mm-hmm. But you got to have somewhere to start. My approach.
Cheers, by the way.
Cheers, buddy. Good to be here. My strategy for this was when you start looking at whether it's long anchor or Proform brand scales, okay, mm-hmm. They can get expensive depending on variables.
Did you buy scales?
Wireless.
Is that where you're going with this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but how I went about it. So I'm trying to tell people that you don't always need to settle on certain scales, because whether it's Proform or long anchor, you could spend thousands of dollars on scales, right? But what's your goal? So my goal was to obviously be able to weigh my parts individually.
Yeah.
And then have an overall chassis. So I know I need a 4-pad, right? At this point, I knew I needed a 4-pad scale. But when you look, but I wanted tenths for the smaller parts. I did not want the round off. I wanted closer number weight numbers for the smaller individual parts. For the overall chassis, it doesn't matter if you're down to the 10th because it's the overall. So it's just going to round off to the nearest pound.
Yeah, which is totally fucking fine.
Exactly. So what I figured out. So yeah, this is the first scale I bought. I don't have an image of the 4-pad scale, but with this Proform, I liked their price. This one does do the 10th of the pound. What they called this was a fuel can scale that they would use at like NASCAR or whatever type of outfits that are weighing their fuel cans. That's what this was for. So the pad is, I don't know, it's like a 12 by 14 or something like that. And it works really good, really good. Now, what I did, okay, so this scale here was...
That is just terrible welding.
Isn't that ugly? This scale was...
Are you second passing that?
Yeah, the top ones are single.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, that's second pass.
Yeah, that's second pass, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
everything is second pass.
Yeah.
Yep. Except for the side plates. Those are all, that only takes a
4130 ER70S.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, yeah, pretty happy with how they turn out.
Does it go past the 10th or no? So 40.4 is it, not 40.40? It doesn't go
Correct.
past. Okay, it doesn't go to hundreds?
Nope. No. And that would be nice, but also the cost of those scales start getting really spendy at that point.
Yeah.
So I got this one for like a couple $100, right? And I've literally been able to weigh all the individual parts. My seats, trailing arms.
Where were the seats at?
Oh, those right there? The Cobra seats?
Yeah.
Where? Oh, the weight-wise?
Yeah, what did those actually be in real life?
23 pounds.
Okay, so yeah, the ones that I just showed you earlier are like 30, roughly.
Yeah, and we can discuss why, even going into that, why I chose those, because there are seats that are
these
lighter,
these are safe seats.
Those are, what I really liked about these seats, I'll actually tell you in a second. So the scale thing was $200 for that scale, and then the 4-pad is $800. So I'm $1,000 into scales. Whereas if I went and got a 4-pad scale that's going to read the 10th, you're looking at $3,000.
Fair enough. The 10th is fine for what you're trying to accomplish.
Absolutely. Too. So what I do is when I get this thing on all fours, that's the next big move. It will then sit, because I have to have custom wheel studs machined out.
Yes.
So when I get to that point and I get all 4 tires
I know
on,
a guy.
Yeah. Yes. You have introduced me. You're a good guy. So I will then put this chassis before I mount any of the oil-in systems or anything. Everything that you see on there is in its place that it has to be. Everything after that now can go wherever it needs to be. So
where you're going with this is you're going to use the scales to play with your weight distribution.
Yep. Yeah. And
I may have to steal that idea.
Yeah, go for it, buddy.
The only problem is I'd have to wait till I get the fucking motor. But yes. I see where that is a very good idea. I'm going to steal that. So basically, core shit in place. So I'll put like my cooling system and things like that in place, motor trans, get all the bits in it, and at a minute, and so it's not done, right?
Yes.
But it will tell me where the ratio is.
Yes.
And how to adjust that. I see where you're going with that.
Absolutely. And not just front to back, side to side.
I'm fucking stealing that. I need to
Go for it.
I need to know what you bought. We're buying that for the team.
Yeah. Okay. I'll show you. So, yeah. Easy.
What a fucking
and it didn't
good
cost
idea.
much, man.
God damn it. Yeah, I didn't. That is such a phenomenal point.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell Towers about that. Yeah.
So
more guys should be doing that because there's so much fucking shit that you can throw around in literally like random places.
Yes. Yeah.
So you're taking the core stuff that is making things matter, and now you're just being like, okay, all the other stuff has the ability to fuck off wherever.
Absolutely.
My core is set. Now I adjust my ratio with all the stuff I can fuck off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it will be so fun to even think about, like, let's say you mount your spare drive shaft all the way on the back. Well, dude, you'll be able to see percentage change.
What's funny is in the one car, we're mounting the jack in the front.
Are you really?
To get the weight up there, yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm using AGM is making me a custom one because of the weight of the car and some of the mounting. So we're doing like a custom manual AGM jack, like the the screw jack, yeah.
Dude, baller.
What? No. Baller would be air jacks, but we don't have
AGM makes nice shit. That's what I'm saying.
We don't have the room to put air jacks in that class 1.
It's hard. Yeah.
Dude, we can fit them in the truck, but like in the class 1.
Yeah.
Fuck no. Yeah.
But I like AGM stuff. I already know that's going to come out really nice.
Didn't you buy the Uniball press kit thing?
I did.
I just bought it the other day.
Did you?
I bought it for the shop, yeah.
Oh, one of the best things to have, man.
I know. I was going through we were contemplating just machining some of our own.
Okay.
And it's just been so long since I've been on this side of the table. This is funny. I'm like, we're already machining all this other shit, right? So I'm like, fuck it, I'll just draw some. And I'm thinking about it, I'm like, who makes these? And I was like, fuck, that's right, AGM.
Yeah.
So yeah, I bought them, but I had completely forgot and started drawing my own to have them machined. And then I was like, oh fuck, that's right, they have them. But see, I haven't been on the building side in so long that like I haven't even touched like putting a Uniball in an arm in 10 fucking
so
years.
Long. Right. No, those things were
worth its weight in gold.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
and they're and I'm impressed because like the robustness of the piece, they're not fucking around.
No. Yeah. Well made. And I don't know what they go for, but I remember
$800 for my pack.
Oh really? How many did you get in the pack?
The pack, it's the 5
Same
or 6.
As mine? Yeah, there was like 5 different sizes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think you paid the show price at $500 or something.
It was really low.
It was $400 or $500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
material was also a lot fucking cheaper then too.
it was.
I'm buying it at the peak of the fucking material market apparently. So
I know.
Yeah.
You would hate me because I remember, dude. I paid.
that was at the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I paid under $250 because I couldn't pass it up.
I don't remember.
Material costs were way lower.
I want to say I just paid. Wait, no, maybe it was $500. I can Google it real quick, but we did just. I ordered it a few weeks ago and just received it.
Yeah.
Now I need to go look at it because I'm let's see.
No, I caught him on a good day, dude. It was. Let's see what these things were at. But they are so nice. They make life really easy.
Well, because you can do it in the arm and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but what is this?
No, those are like.
Yeah, I just saw this, but this is AGM Pro. Okay. Yeah, see, this one die is 165.
Yeah.
Let's look. Where's that? The set. Uniball tool.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. No, I got their the thing I bought was for 200. I got it for 100. Was the I got a mix. It's not this. It was the measuring tools that you would stick into the bearings to be able to do your measurements.
Those are
That's what
rad
I got
too.
a killer deal on. Yeah, these. That's right.
$800. This is what I
like,
got.
But
Yeah.
I got it show price. It's yeah.
Yeah, this is what I just got.
If anyone, those are it's a nice set. It makes life easy.
Yeah. Because we do have. Well, we're going to end up with more things that have these bearings than what we do now, but it's. I was pretty stoked on that.
Yeah.
Because it's such a fucking nightmare dealing with the bearings.
Oh my god, dude. The way I was doing it before, I'm like, I should have just bought these a long time ago. But yeah.
And so, what were we talking about on the fucking
Good question, man. Where were we?
Because I just took. Let's see.
We kind of detailed. We were talking the Proform stuff, the weight distributions.
Well, because you bought the scales to do
Yep.
to do that exact thing.
Yeah, the 4-pad scales, and yeah, and you should steal that idea.
I'm fucking stealing that.
Yeah,
100% because
I'm passing.
like
on.
I'm saying, there's a ton of shit that we still have to do.
All those things are going to add up, man.
Yes. And that's not a bad way of doing it because you're in the build process anyways.
Absolutely.
So during that process, you can finagle a ton of shit.
Yeah. And, and this may sound crazy, so that people understand. Like I bought because I was kind of new to King in a way, right? I had to pay in full for my shock package. So I paid in full.
And you did all custom shit. None of yours is off the shelf. Yeah.
No. We went with a 20-inch 6-tube bypass, or it's 7-tube in the rear, 6 in the front. They added an extra one for that 20-inch, which the 20-inch is, there you go. The 20-inch shocks are uncommon, right? Usually you see the 18 for the rear. So those I had to pay in full. And this has been since 2017. I paid for those because I was just getting, even though we weren't even close to building yet, it was like, okay, well, you might as well get the things you need, right? Now, this is before the days of it was going to be 12 months out, right?
Yep.
These were normal days, but yet I needed to mock them up. And I have a photo of what there it is.
Yeah, the mock-up.
So I made the mock-up. You can tell in this photo, I have a little tag there. And it says to use the piggyback version port. And that was because you can't tell in that photo, but that's a normal version, and it hits that tube. And that tube had to be there. So with a piggyback, it actually sticks it out further.
Well, yeah, you can tell.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So, so some cool little things like that. And by the way, King nailed it, man. The fitting. really, it had to be close. Like when you look at the control arms, there is not a lot of room there in the front.
Well, in the rear, we're trying to stuff that inline shock package and the other bits. Yeah.
Yes. And so that upper arm rides really close, and they had to fit perfectly. And so I remember, now mind you, like I said, I purchased these shocks in 2017. They are still not complete. And a part of that reason is because before I finalize my reservoir locations, I want to see the weight distribution numbers. Mm-hmm. So because everything to me is playing a role, I want to see everything. If I can shift it, because between the front and the rear, I have 2 different locations now that I'm down to. So if I like one number over the other, that's going to help me select which spot I want to put these reservoirs.
Yeah.
So, but funny thing was, I went down to King to deliver the mock-ups to finally get the real version. Oh no, I was picking up the final version. Nope, I was dropping them off. Sorry, take back. 2 different stores. Dropping off the mocks, and I had seen Ross one time many years ago, kind of forgot. I always saw Brett more.
Yeah, Ross is definitely more like hidden.
Yeah. And he comes out, man. He kind of reminded me of that guy in like Ready Player One with the glasses, like the main wizard guy who's always hiding the eggs, right? The brain behind the operation thing. And he comes pulling up, very quiet. And I thought he was just going to walk right by. And then he stopped and he looked at my shocks. And he's all 20-inch Addison.
Yeah.
Dude, it was so bizarre. I'm like, your capacity, dude, your memory is amazing. Like, because this is not something that that King and I had been working side by side so many days to where it kind of makes sense for someone to remember you.
Yeah.
Dude, no. It was just the fact that they don't really do 20-inch shocks, you know?
True.
And he called it, he was like, Addison, 7,200. And so the one guy, I was telling the guy, it is very important that you do not use these mock-ups. Do not tear them apart.
Yes, exactly.
They need to stay there. And I was told I am getting them back so that I always have the final piece that I can bring back and say, build.
Yeah.
So the guy had me a little nervous. I don't think he quite expressed the importance like I was. When Ross came and he said it, he's like, do not touch those shocks. You keep them the way they are. Yeah. And he said pretty much what I did. And the guy was like, okay, you're right. Like, okay. And so all said and done, man, they did a good job. They fit. They're perfect. Love them. I didn't do anything fancy. I would have loved to, but that was an expense that I do not carry to be able to do some cool colors, you know? So I'm just rocking the classic King colors here.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So
and that's still, you did it the proper way too, where you basically mock it up in real life, tack on the tubes, and then have them make it to that.
Yes.
As opposed to the inverse direction. Well, nowadays it's also changed. Like we had another truck where we had to fucking basically redesign some bits because the only shocks he could get were a set that like were not originally designed for that truck per se. So like the tubes and stuff were kind of in the wrong location, but like, you know, it's a year wait for some shocks and stuff. So it's like, fuck, what do you do? Well, we can redraw arms real quick. Yeah. Redraw the upper arm.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the unfortunate reality of some of the situations.
Now, you know, one thing I do want to say, and once again, if you know me, you know that I'm not a guy that picks fights for no fucking reason. Yeah. I just call it as it is, and I think that we as human beings, we always have room for improvement. So if you get offended, well, sorry, but that's not a purpose. But when it comes to, you know, things, in this case, King, you know, it has changed over there. Yeah. And my experience, I'm not going to say was horrible by any means, because that's unfair, very unfair.
Yeah.
But I did deal with a lot of, I'll call them kids because that's what it was like dealing with, who had no clue about the racing side of their company. And
unfortunately, you are more correct than you are incorrect.
and and that sucks because, like I said in my story earlier, my last experience at King was literally walking through the front door and dealing with Brett himself.
Yeah.
And just being like you are the priority, right? But now, and this is a good for Kings, man. Like, the company has blown up.
Yes.
They're doing so many things that they were not a part of years ago. It only makes sense. I can't wait to see if they ever come out with like a mountain bike package. I think that would be cool.
I think they can barely make shocks as it is. Fuck, I mean.
But, it's King. I like them, and I have nothing against Fox or anyone else, but like, it was good, but it was really frustrating. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it in any way. It was straight up nerve-wracking, fucking pain in the ass dealing with some of these kids, man, because one kid tried to straight up tell me that the 20-inch shock didn't even exist.
I know.
And
I've
I'm
had
like,
that happen a few times. I'm like, I've used those I've used 24s, I've used 22s. Like, come on.
Like, I literally have it in front of me, buddy. Like, do not call me. Like, first look at my invoice.
Yeah.
And tell me it does not say 20. Like, just please at least do that, dude. Do not just blurt out false information. Know what I'm saying? But when you're that confident that you're that ignorant, too, that's even worse. Like,
yes.
when you are like, we don't do a 20. Whoa. Okay, now you have problems. Like, you need to go do some training or something. I don't know, but like, and so many.
You are not in the proper departments.
No, and then get this, man. So, at one time, they lost me. I did not exist. Now, mind you, I had only these mock-ups, no final shocks, and me as a person was missing from the King archives.
But you had your copies of the invoices? Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
And I started bringing this up, and know what they did? They laughed. I was like, I'm not leaving. You don't understand. I gave you guys a shitload of money, and you're going to find my shocks. And the girl was just acting like it was no big deal. Yeah. Like, oh, you don't exist. And I'm like, oh, no, I do. And so look this up. Come to find out, they had redone their computer system.
There's been a lot of changes since Lance passed. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was an older invoice, and they had to go to the hard copies to find me. I was like, shouldn't you have been doing that in the first place? Like,
wouldn't you already assume that like you probably have to do that when you change the system over? Dude. That like stuff's gonna get fucked up?
Oh my god, dude, this woman was killing me, and she was a sweetheart, But like at the same time, I'm like, when you know how much this shit costs.
Yeah,
dude, I'm sorry, but I'm not just saying, oh, okay, I'm sorry to have bothered you.
I'll just go order from Fox.
Like, what the fuck? So yeah, it was, and then at that point, same day, I had a kid who's telling me now, well, we can sell, mind you, I am telling you, I already bought a very expensive race package. Now you're telling me you can't find me, but you know what you can do? You're telling me you can do for me. You're going to sell me an off-the-shelf shock package.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's what his solution was. I'm like, no, please don't. Like, okay, I can't talk to you anymore. So eventually we got it cleared up. So this is not me trying to make them look bad. I'm just saying there was some weird shit going on down there.
Yeah, and
it
is what it is. These companies do the best they can. Sometimes shit just gets sideways, and
it does.
It's not like it's Ross or Brett. They are fucking overloaded at best.
Absolutely.
And so they're doing the best they can, because obviously, like, if Ross or Brett had intimately was dealing with that situation, it would not be that way. Those are the employees who either don't know what they're doing, and like you're saying, and this does happen, and for obvious reasons, even at King, when they're hiring these types of kids, whatever you want to call it, there's that sense of arrogance that can come with I'm the king salesman now to some degree.
Yeah.
And when we get into, because you're not the only one that, like, obviously I've designed stuff with weird shock packages.
Yep.
And it always happens like this.
Right.
Oh, that doesn't exist. Oh, God damn it. Like, come on, dude. Just fucking make the shocks.
Work with me.
Yeah. And so you get these, like, off the shelf, this and that. And so now, like you're saying, I fucking cringe when we have to do custom shock orders because I'm like, oh, fuck. Like this last truck, I was just saying, we just fucking reduced them to the bits to make them fix. I was like, yeah, I've been through this rodeo. Fuck this.
Not gonna work, dude.
Yeah, so it's like at a certain point in time, you just got to throw in the towel. So yeah, like on the last one, like I'm saying, I changed shit on the chassis side of it to make that work for the off-the-shelf shock when what I actually really wanted was a very specific bypass layout and stuff like that, which I felt was better, but they were like, oh yeah, it'd be like a fucking gear, and I'm just like, fuck.
You kind of, you taking, pick your battles, right?
That is 100% a pick your battle.
Yeah.
Where it took me a few days to redraw the arm and get it off the laser.
Yeah.
So
saved you time.
Now they're moving forward with the truck instead of sitting waiting for fucking shocks, or worse, having to cut a shock apart and modify it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which guys are doing, to be fair.
Oh yeah. So another interesting point on this chassis, and I feel like this is another subject. You and I have talked hours on this when it comes to areas of safety. And specifically, seats,
Yeah.
The thing about seats, once again, there's
so many people that don't have a fucking clue about like how to properly do any of this.
No.
So many builders, mind you.
No,
and it just drives me up the wall.
Oh, dude, and there's so many bad stories.
Oh, fuck, I know.
That we know about, right?
I don't want to start naming names, but there's some.
And some of them have made the change. They were like, we're getting out of this shit, right? Like one guy was really hurt and it was like, we're getting out of these. Now, why I don't like to throw certain companies under the bus on this one is because it's not really their fault. It's just not every seat company has a place in every category.
Application specific.
Absolutely. So when it comes to suspension seats, and this is, I'm very open about, is I don't think it's very inappropriate to have in a racing environment. Now, if you're going to go ride the Rubicon or you're going to pre-run, okay, there is comfort to those seats. And I have raced in suspension seats. But when you start to understand...
Yeah, like the Mastercraft 3G seats are literally the most unsafe fucking seat ever.
And I had like the old school Bairds, and I think Red Dot is the company or something like that. But like straps come loose, because you're moving. But also beyond that, when you start to understand your spine, and the compressions, the micro compressions that are happening are very fucking bad for you.
Well, at these speeds, stuff sees,
super
especially if
dangerous.
Like a rollover at the speeds these vehicles can see.
Yeah,
the higher speed stuff. So I mean, like a class 11 or something.
And there's people, and these type of talks have a place and a time, but this is not it. When they talk about you need give, no.
Oh God.
In this, when you understand the body, when you go down that road of truly studying, okay, you don't want movement.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything else is supposed to absorb energy, not your spine. You are supposed to stay there. But so when it comes to selecting seats, one of those, like, okay, these seats are pretty expensive. They're like $2,500, I think, range, somewhere around there, a piece.
Do you have any close-up shots?
Oh.
I don't think you did.
I don't think I did take it. I mean, that would be the closest.
Yeah.
That one. They are carbon fiber. Okay. Cobra seats. Now, my choice, just to make it clear, was not because...
And these are steel brackets, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yep. These seats were not a choice by popularity. I know that...
No, very few people like
Menzies,
Cobra, to be fair.
Menzies have had these seats in their trucks. Andy even had a Cobra. Okay. but they are not common.
That's what I'm saying. They're not as common.
Yeah. But I did not go off of any, popularity contest or anything like that. Like, oh, well, Menzies got it, so I need it. And it wasn't like that. What it was, I looked over many seats in many price ranges. Now, when you go down the seat world, it is a fascinating industry, because when you get into whether you're looking at FIA or SFI, okay? Now, FIA are way more strict when it comes to meeting their homologations, okay? Their testing versus SFI, which is US, is a little bit more lenient. I'm not saying SFI is like a bunch of pans, like they just let shit fly.
Yeah.
But it is easier to get an SFI agreement than it is FIA.
Yeah.
So when you look at FIA approved seats, there's many things to consider. Price range, let's just put that out there. We're talking one seat, right? Now you can go get, let's say, a Sparco, good company, QTR seat. Now, this is a composite seat that is a level above fiberglass, but many levels below carbon fiber. Okay, so it's
multi-polymer bullshit.
Yeah. So it's a little bit better than fiberglass, light, right? But it barely meets the 99 homologation. Now, 99 homologation on seats was that, in fact, that one didn't even meet it. It's not even a homologated seat.
Yeah.
That QTR one. You have to go up to their, I forgot what model it was, but
you're buying seats above $1,000 a piece.
Yeah, and this one was $850, right, for this seat. And so to understand your homologations, 99 homologation is individual impacts, front, rear, and side. And you had like a 10G frontal, 7 rear, and like a 5G side impact. These were tested in a lab, impact machines, all that stuff. The 09 homologation is a 70G simultaneous impact. And to reach these homologations, these seats have to see these impacts and last 10 years. Okay, so these seats, there is an amazing amount of design, engineering, thought that go into these seats to meet these homologations. Now, when you get into that 09 homologation, you are now from a 99, which is about that $800 to about $3,000 range. You step into the 09 homologation, you're now in that $3,000 to $25,000 a seat range. Okay, and the weights can differ from 17 pounds to about 36. I think was the heaviest one I saw, but that is a gnarly Recaro seat that what's his name? He does the Hoonigan stuff. Ken Block. Ken Block. He was running one of this seat that I'm talking about in his cars. Super expensive. They're about $9,500 each. Okay, but they go up from there. Like I said, 25 grand you can get these carbon seats for. Very gnarly. But after I went through and I invested, I drove. Now, mind you, I live up north, but I drove everywhere.
Yeah.
Sitting in seats everywhere I could, because I was not going to buy a seat online that I did not feel.
Yeah.
It is so important to feel a seat, because believe me, there were so many seats I saw that I thought I was going to like. I sat in it and it was shit.
Yeah.
Total shit. And I'm like, I can't do this. But this seat is very comfortable. But now there's other seats to throw into this that have cool cooling systems, like the ones that we're looking at today.
Max, yeah.
Race Tech has a version of that, This one, they use it by fabric. The Outlast fabric was developed by NASA for astronauts. And what it does...
That's what the Outlast branding is for. Okay.
Yes. What that fabric does is actually it extracts heat from your body, but contains it. So it doesn't dissipate it. It just pulls it away and stores it. And then when your body cools down, it releases it back into you. So it helps regulate, but it does not dissipate. So sometimes you need that dissipation for a better cooling.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can get away without gas. Now, this is another expense thing. Once you start building in airways, like say the Race Tech or the Next Gen, various things like that, where you could have a NACA duct or a pumper, an air pump system with a hose connected to it, you have those options. But to meet those homologations, sometimes they have to strengthen up those areas now because you're punching holes in the thing, right? So those seats are not cheap. But I really liked this Cobra seat because it was really a one of a kind. It was Cobra, what they decided to do was meet a price bracket that was, like I said, they're $2,500 a piece, but they met an in-between of an 09 and a 99 homologation. So these seats will see 60G, which is insane.
Yeah.
Anybody knows last year, Silverstone, Max Verstappen in the Red Bull F1, him and Lewis Hamilton tangling up in one of the turns, and Max goes into the wall. And that was measured out, I believe, 56G impact.
Okay.
Fucking insane. And those cars were flat out, 190 miles an hour, right? So just to put into perspective what you can handle.
Yeah.
So this seat, even though it doesn't meet the 09 homologation, it's just shy of it. And it's light years ahead of the 99.
Yes.
So at a good price.
Yeah.
So that's really why I went with this seat, was because of its safety features, you know, were way better than the other ones I was seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Full carbon fiber. And I got that from Suba or Sube. It's SUBE, but it's the little hyphen. Motorsports in Huntington Beach.
Okay.
And really cool dude, ex-rally driver. So he's a racer himself, the guy who owns the shop. He says he deals with a lot of off-road guys. Good dude. Whenever you look up Cobra C sales, that website will always pull up.
Okay.
Yeah. So something to consider. Cool dude. But I always talk about how important it is to pick your seats wisely. I mean, these cars, these race trucks, whatever you want to call them, they're not cheap. And it drives me nuts.
Yes.
When you have now, see, when I first started having these talks, even with you, it was more normal to talk about, like, you know, these $500,000-$600,000 machines. Now we're talking 8, 9, right?
Yeah, for the big shit. Yeah.
So, but no matter how you label it, you spend $200,000 on a car. Why cut out on something that fucking holds you in the car? Why is it that? And the suits. Why do people always sit there and say, "Oh, I'll be fine with a $400 suit"?
I know.
You know, or I'll get this. And I get it. I had one of those. I won't lie. I had a Pyrotech, you know, $200 suit at one time. But yes, I was also like 20 years old. And I got smarter and I started understanding that these things can see fire for like a few seconds.
Yeah.
Right? But there are way better suits, way better seats. Please invest into it. Like me personally, it's like one of those things you can always find a way of paying for it. One of the easiest ways is you want to go race. That's the idea, right? This thing's got to hit dirt and I want to go race. Well, what does a race cost you? Even a low budget one, right? You have a $600 entry fee. You have, let's say, $400 in fuel, and this is on a low budget, right?
Yeah.
Food, transportation, all that stuff. Well, what if you just put off racing just a little bit longer?
And do things a little bit
And
cleaner.
do things a little bit better. You know, because I don't know, man. Like you and I have said, all these things are replaceable other than the two people inside. So if you can improve the chances of those two guys, girls walking away, then why not?
Yeah.
Why? Because you're in a hurry to get to a race? Well,
Or you want bro deal on seats. I see that all the time.
Yes. That too, man. That too. But I'm not saying Cobra's the best. There are so many good companies, and they all have their place. And you will too. Like, financially, where are you? Size-wise, how big are you?
That is another thing. The sizing aspect can be a real pain.
Absolutely.
There are definitely some guys in off-road that are bigger dudes that we struggle to get seats for because it's very limited once you get to the bigger guys. Yeah.
I mean, I was even looking at, if you remember this, aluminum seats, man. I was looking at this company in Texas.
That's right.
That was known for, I think it was Shields. It was a nice bucket seat. Really popular in NASCAR, before they go to the carbon fiber ones. But like, you can change the configurations. The angles. A lot of custom work can be done in those, and they really weren't that heavy.
Yeah.
Now they can be bulkier, depending on your situation, but it was not a limitation.
Yeah.
Not a limitation. Yeah, and so there's a bunch of good companies out there.
Also, these are the containment seats with the head containment, and I'm really a big fan of that.
Yes.
I do not want to ride in a vehicle that's at this caliber, so to speak, without that.
I totally agree.
A UTV might be a little different story, but well, some of the race UTVs are definitely over 100 miles an hour now. So
yeah, I think
my little UTV is like 60 miles an hour.
I agree. I think the HR setup, the head containment systems should be the standard now.
Dude, it is so lax and so fucked how they allow. I mean, the way stuff's mounted, the stuff that's used, like I was saying, these builders, just fuck, man. I cringe with some of this stuff because I'm just like, fuck, and I've hurt some people's feelings because I've just straight up declined even riding in them.
Yeah,
be like, nope, no thanks, man.
Oh, for sure.
And I always make up an excuse, but I always feel like they can tell that I'm dogging them or something. And
right.
It's just to some degree, I'm just being, me with and chassis structure too. On some trucks and some things like that, I'll just be like, no, I'm good. I don't need to go testing, or I'm busy or stuff like that. And it's just because I know that shit scares me.
Absolutely, man. You bring up a really good point on.
They're like, oh, well, so and so built it. I'm like,
it doesn't matter.
I don't care. I have been called as a witness to lawsuits from big builders per se that have had very unfortunate circumstances happen.
For sure.
And so the reality is shit can go wrong in a very big sense. And just because you can build an expensive vehicle doesn't mean you have a fucking clue about safety.
No. Yeah. And, you bring up a good point on chassis design on this thing. There was a lot of tube going on. A lot of tube.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's fairly standard.
Yeah.
For this type of vehicle, yeah.
Yeah. But where I'm going with this is weight was a huge concern. We wanted to keep it as light as possible,
and we still had to get the thumbs up approval from tech. They just pulled some shit on. The guys at Score are fucking telling
so inconsistent.
Well, yeah, they were telling me that on these new cars that we have to basically do 120 for the whole cabin compartment.
Yeah,
and I was just like, get fucked, bro.
But yet these TTs can be grandfathered in an 1 3/4.
Well, no,
fuck yourself.
And fucking 053 wall, 065 for a lot of shit. And
yeah.
I think the best story I had was on a UTV tube chassis, the A-pillar support tube. They made this one builder put those in as 1 3/4 095. And I tell the guy, I'm like, the new Geyser G6 runs 1 1/2 tube for that.
Yeah.
And he looked at me and he's like, that's not my problem. And he made the builder switch over. I think they kind of raked that specific builder over the coals. They made him add 80 pounds to that car.
That's fucked up.
So once we got to the next rev, I just pulled all the weight out and said, fuck those guys.
Did you?
Yeah.
There you go. Get the approval and then come back and...
Dude, because it's now BITD almost has a hands-off policy to some degree, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I lose my patience pretty quick with these guys because it's so inconsistent and so like all over the place that it's totally a game of like not fucking fair for X, Y, or Z because they treat it like they don't know what they're looking at and then they just start making shit up. Or builder ABC all has the similar stuff or different stuff that is basically like, oh, this is unsafe. Okay, but that guy does that. And then he's like, and I'm like, can you explain to me why that's unsafe? No, it's just unsafe. I said so. Type of bullshit.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you don't want to get into those arguments because I'm like, you're just going to get your feelings hurt. You know, I'm like, so I try to stay hands off and let the clients deal with it. And for the most part, we kind of do what we can, just kind of slip by. But they on this recent stuff, we're not planning on doing score racing with the first cars.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the guy's telling me like, oh, I know it's not in the rule book, but like this tube, those all need to be 120. And I'm like, bro, those are like traditionally like 065. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, are you trying to fuck me right now, bro? Like, you want me to add like 80 pounds, 100 pounds of this fucking chassis because you want to be a dipshit?
Yeah.
And we used a lot of like, 083. We had some 083 stuff in there that I can't fucking get 2-inch 083 right now. So we had to put all those to 095. But the point being is they're so inconsistent from person to person. And then if it's a builder that has a name, so to speak, they don't even fucking
just
bother.
write it off.
Yeah, and then those are some of the most unfucking safe trucks. But yeah. Well, no, just in stuff. So it's just frustrating.
Yeah.
Because like it's these guys that are doing this that legitimately they don't know what they're looking at, and it's like.
And that's a hard thing, man, when you're being judged by someone who shouldn't even be judging you in the first place.
That's why I can't do it anymore. I got to bite my tongue.
Yeah.
I just got to be like, cool, man.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, it's just like, what day do you catch them on? Like that's not consistent. It's not fair. It's bullshit. You know.
Yeah.
It's the same with a lot of things that are right now moving in different directions. Like everything. Cost-wise, I mean, you go back to the early 2000s. Now, I understand inflation, so we're not sitting here talking about back in the day, fuel was 65 cents, right? I understand shit goes up.
Yeah.
But we just said it earlier. Look how quick 6100 went from a reasonable ratio to just out of control.
6100 now, to be competitive, is more expensive than it was to be competitive in trophy truck 10, 15 years ago.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. And I get it. But the only way, these conversations have been brought up, even I think Andy's brought it up. Quite a few people always talk about sustainability, right? How do we do it? In order to do it, in my opinion, you need all of the mentalities doing their thing, but you cannot have all the mentalities doing the same thing. Mm-hmm. Okay? So I do not have the budget of these top TT guys. I do not have the budget of the lower TT guys.
Yeah.
I do not have the budget of the 6100 guys. Okay? I am in a class of my own, respectfully.
Yeah.
That's what I will focus on, and that is the person I'm looking at to help get in the sport, find a place that they can have fun, be competitive, not this idea that, I now have to come up with, 1.5 million a year to stay competitive.
I think this platform is going to be a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think because of the stuff that we've done, the drivetrain stuff, I think it's going to create a pretty fun situation as opposed to the standard just leave the throttle down and just steer.
Yeah.
And you kind of get that dull, like it's not exciting.
Yeah, I really do think when you even with the 35-inch tire, I think this is going to be a driver's class. Like I think it's really going to test people to their not just their driving capabilities, styles, whatever it is, but also their physical being. Okay. I am not one of those guys that says, yeah, I'm going to build a vehicle for some fat fuck. like that cannot drive for an hour. So
that is another valid point. Like the training, like you need to be focused on the training side of it as an athlete, realistically.
Absolutely.
To take this seriously, because it's fucking rough.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to take off-road racing seriously, if you're going to give it the respect that it deserves.
Well, if
we've talked about the violence.
Put it this way, if you want to be competitive,
Oh,
these are factors you have to deploy.
Absolutely. And if you're going to go out there and promote yourself on InstaTalk and all these other places, right? You know, then take your fucking self seriously. Okay? Do not.
I think the top guys do.
Oh, they
a
do.
pretty
No, they
good
do.
job. Like Menzies stays in decent shape. I know McMillan definitely
Absolutely.
stays in good shape.
You can tell.
Like Tavo seems like he does. Jurgensen seems like he does. You know what I mean? I think there is definitely a bunch of the guys who treat it more like an athletic endeavor.
Because they know they have to. They know they have to be at that level.
Razor's edge.
Yeah.
That's how competitive it is now. Yeah.
Absolutely. That day, if you want to be that competitive, the day of being that overweight dude, it's past. You know? I mean, you even look at Rob Mack. Dude, that guy's no slouch.
He's old as fuck.
Absolutely.
Well, for a racer, he's very fucking old.
Absolutely. Yeah. But the guy fucking kills it. And you look at, all of them throughout the years, dude. Look at Ivan. That guy was a fucking stud. Okay.
Who else? I'm thinking.
I mean, Larry Ragland.
Norman.
Larry Rosler. Norman's
dude. A fucking beast and a half. That dude's a fucking.
Absolutely. You know, and I think if you're going to look up to anybody, like, those are the guys you look up to. And then the guys who look up to them, our generation.
Have you seen Kevin Thompson?
Need to keep it going. Oh, dude, that guy's a monster. Yeah. Harley Letner. Another
he keeps
dude
himself in shape.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, and this is important. And I think it needs to be promoted more and taken seriously.
I've thought about diving into more of that because of a lot of my experience with the other racing, not off-road racing per se.
Yeah.
And the training aspects of the endurance racing. And so, like, this is something that I feel like not enough guys take seriously, and it can make a massive difference if you're trying to be competitive. In other words, like, I don't want, not just show up and go race, but, like, focus on the competitive aspect of staying sharp over time. And, like, anyone that tells you that the physical aspect of that, like, if you do triathlon-based training, relatively speaking, like, that helps that mental clarity through these endeavors that are multi-hour durations of focus and creating that stamina. Like, there's definitely a difference. Like, the guys who unfortunately have, more visceral fat, so to speak, they're going to have more issues with the endurance aspect of it. Not to mention the hydration aspect, not to mention the physical part of if you do have to resolve issues out in the field and things like that in a timely manner for obvious reasons, the more fit you are relative to what the platform is, i.e., certain tires and stuff are heavier, certain vehicles obviously require more. If you have air jack systems, like, that's a little bit less work, but you see what I'm getting at. But
absolutely,
those seconds, those minutes you fucking stack up because you're lagging to get some of that done, that can kill you in that competitive aspect, not in the I just want to race aspect. So I think that there's a lot more to it that these guys need to understand, not to mention on the flip side of it too, if you want to be racing for a long period of time, not just a season or two, you need to focus on reduction of internal inflammation. Full on. So that all your joints, everything is like a Rob Mack can still be competitive at his age. Absolutely. Like, so that's why, like, another aspect of, like, and then by default, by focusing on this stuff, you're going to lose visceral fat. You're going to get in shape when you start to clean up your diet. You clean up all these other aspects. And I know I am saying that while drinking a beer. I get that.
Yeah, exactly. But don't cheat yourself, treat yourself.
Yeah, the point is,
you put in the hard time during the week, and you can enjoy these things.
Your body's going through a lot of damage in an off-road race.
Oh, yeah.
And if you treat your body in a manner that reduces inflammation overall, the time frame of this is going to be much better, not just per race, but the years and the longevity of racing overall is going to be significantly better than treating your body like shit and going through this and just powering through it because all you did is take ibuprofen and fucking Red Bulls during the race because, like, you just manned through it, you know? When you can train appropriately, take the proper electrolytes, hydration, even like the hormone stuff, and get all that stuff fucking dialed. Like, there's so much benefit to that if you're taking this seriously. And I guarantee you, like McMillan's definitely fucking doing something. Like, he's definitely getting stuff dialed.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the guy's looked more fit now than ever before.
Dude, he's like a fucking beef stick. Look at his facial structure now.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
He's like, you can tell that chiseling, so to speak, has, like, that direct effect is, like, he is taking this serious like a fucking athlete.
Absolutely.
Now, not everybody does that, but my point being is I guarantee you, like, in that direction, he's going to have less internal inflammation, less joint inflammation, less all this stuff that for obvious reasons is going to provide a much better experience for the racing, not to mention mental focus, things like that. Because all of those things that wear on you are going to basically deteriorate your focus through a race because your knee is bothering you, your hip is bothering you. You know what I mean? So all that has to be pulled out of the equation as best you can to give yourself the most competitive advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, on the psychological side of this whole game, like, I get it. As we get older, you know, I'm 41 now, right?
That's still young.
It is. But it's old to some, right? To my 21-year-old self, I'd be like, God damn, dude. Old dude. I know. Right?
I can't believe now he's going to be 40.
And the shit you can get away at that age. Okay? And now here I am, right? And you can tell the difference. There are things that you know. And then as you get older, you get stuck in these habits and various things. But when you promote how we need to be more, you know, physically aware of ourselves, right? In this sport.
I was going to do a podcast on safety, and I was actually going to start talking about some of this stuff.
That would be good. I think that would be fun to talk about, man, because, you know, we really need to push these topics through so that the next generations can take it a little more seriously, but not just for themselves, but like think about it this way. When we were younger, like, let's take high school, and you're in, I don't know if you were into high school sports, but like...
Yeah, I did football and water polo.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, both of those, very physical, okay? You didn't get paid. It wasn't about the glory, but yet everyone on that team pushed each other to constantly get more and more fit, right? You had this goal in your head. So why can you not have the same thing? Because that was a hobby. You're in high school. You're not playing professional sport. It is a hobby. Okay? Now fast forward. Now you're my age or whatever age you are. It's still a hobby. So why do we not take it as seriously as we did when we were that young? Why?
You know, I thought about trying to put together like some training-esque stuff for some of these guys because, like I'm saying, like the triathlon-esque type of endurance training is perfect
very beneficial
for this.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Absolutely. And I think the more guys that understood when you're trying to cultivate this type of culture, right? This environment, the more people will latch on because really down to the roots
also,
of desert racing.
You will get injured less in the event of a rollover too.
And it goes beyond this, man. It's just living a good life, right? But like a healthier lifestyle and being there more present, you know, and being able to do more. And I think that's one of the coolest opportunities in desert racing is like, it is a community. When you get out to some of these races,
it's not that big.
No, it's not.
It's funny how small it truly is.
It really is. And it still holds on to some of those core, characteristics that desert racing has always had, where you can go down the pits and get parts from people or just bullshit out of nowhere, right? That still does exist. Yes, there's new groups that come in that are like, my truck is bigger than yours type shit. That's always existed. But
dick measuring will never go away.
No.
As long as there's dicks, there will be dick measuring.
Exactly.
Yes.
But as long as you know when I come out, just don't even try. You're going to lose. Like, just don't whip it out. Keep it away, you know? No need for that. But it's like, for the rest of the people who are like more of a brotherhood, sisterhood, family, you could sit there and attach yourself now, no matter what class you race, if you're competitive, you're going to sit there and say, fuck, did you see what Jason's doing now? I got to beat this motherfucker. I got to get more fit because I'm going to beat this dude on the course. Right?
My goal is to get more fit. If I do start to do co-driving and stuff for towers, etc., I got to be like
mine's the same way.
Fucking meat stick and a half.
Yeah,
you know, 40-inch fucking tires. Fuck.
There's the normal, like, I've got a good routine. You know, it's consistent and it's positive. It's always working, and it does not happen overnight. This is a long process.
It's a lifestyle change.
It really is.
It's a dedication to living your life in a better direction as far as that goes. And there's not a single human that would be like, yeah, I regret getting in shape.
No way.
Right. I totally regret getting in shape.
Right. No, it's all about making good choices.
Well, yes. Moderation of things.
It is.
In general.
Totally. Absolutely, man. Moderation is so important. So important. But I think this would be a really cool topic to actually make just a talk
because
on
the way I see it is I would go like far into it, like I'm saying, the inflammation thing is a really big issue because of how abusive the off-road racing is on your body. So you're diving into fucking cutting out all sugar, cutting out all seed oils. You're focusing on insulin resistance,
right?
You know, stuff like that. So you want to shove your body into an insulin-sensitive state as much as you can. All these things will drastically reduce the issues that can arise, or that sort of damage that is just being, like not exaggerated, multiplied, so to speak, because for obvious reasons in off-road racing, you are subjecting yourself to the beating, so to speak, that like is not normal for humans.
For sure.
So you have to look at that situation of trying to be abnormal in your health side of life to counterbalance that. And then
you have to become a bad motherfucker, dude. You have
to. David Goggins the shit out of this stuff.
Absolutely, you do, man. That guy. If no one has read that
stay
book
hard,
or heard the audible, stay hard, motherfucker. That dude.
Is it gay porn? What am I doing?
Oh, dude, that guy. But that dude loves fucking foul words, man. But but the dude, you can't help but love him. Man, you can't help but just be like inspired by the dude.
Like, do you watch him on social media when he does his little reels or videos?
When he's running and talking or something?
David, why are you running with your shirt off? Fuck you, that's why.
Yeah, right? But he'll do like pull-ups and shit.
And that motherfucker has a fucked up heart too.
Yeah, he was born with a hole in his heart.
I know. And they didn't find out until he was fucking 8 years post
SEAL
buds.
Yeah, he did. He went through Hell Week 3 times, right? Technically, he was the only SEAL to have finished, because he went through Hell Week 3 times.
He physically finished it, but by that default thing, he had to be sent back.
Exactly.
And then he fucking did it again, because why the fuck not?
So he was the only SEAL to have finished buds 3 times in 1 year.
And the milkshake story?
Oh.
With the milkshakes, and then they told him he was too fat for the Navy.
Yeah.
And then he was just fucking...
loses 110 pounds in 90 days.
Yes.
Oh, my God, dude.
Yep.
Yeah. People need to check that book out. Audible it if you want to. That's how I did it.
It's Can't Hurt Me.
Can't Hurt Me.
From David Goggins.
Yeah.
And that is fucking classic.
And what's cool, what I was telling you, okay, so I think you read the book. I got the Audible.
I can't do Audible stuff. I have to physically read it with my really shitty eyes.
Yeah. See, I do well because I can put it in the shop while I'm working, and I can listen to it, and I just process it better. But what was cool about this...
I tried that a little bit, and what was fucking me up is I would... it would deteriorate my focus from what I was doing because I would start getting too far into it.
Okay.
So I can't do that.
That guy had me fucking pumped. I would just stand up out of nowhere and be like, that's right, motherfucker. Like, yeah, today's my day. It would just like... It would pump you up.
It's like that core philosophy of like, what the fuck do you have to complain about? You woke up today.
Yeah, it wakes you up.
Some other asshole's not going to wake up tomorrow.
Right.
Like, what the fuck are you complaining about?
Absolutely.
Like, you're here. Like, just so you know, some other dude didn't wake up today.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
It's
a good day.
That fundamental philosophy is something that I wish a lot of people or more people would adopt.
Yeah.
You know, some people just are fucking angry and shitty all day long, every day.
They're pissed about everything, man. Like, yeah. And you got to drop that shit. It's so unhealthy.
Yeah.
You know, that's a whole nother topic, right? We could talk about this shit for hours, and mental health. I mean, that's men and mental health specifically, you know, getting past that, you know, ego and really letting it out, man.
I know. Yeah. And then you have people like me that are just fucking filming stuff about like TRT openly, and everyone fucking gets all weird about that shit. It blows me away. And then even Natalie gets it too, where she's just like, I don't understand. Like, if stuff's fucked up and you need to do better and fix it, like, you gotta, like, you shouldn't be embarrassed by this stuff. Like, you work.
You should embrace it.
Yeah, embrace it to have a better life for you, your family, your partner, all that stuff.
Well, this is the funny part is, like, you know, I'm on TRT now. I started towards the beginning of the year. So I am about...
We are at month 8.
Month 8.
We're almost to month 9. So where did you start?
I'm about 6 months in now because we got it going in January, but by the time blood work and then the delivery and everything actually arrived, that was March.
Okay.
So, so it's been great, but it is not something, you know, what really helped was just being around you know, who had,
and I don't care about that. I will tell anybody about this stuff. I'm not embarrassed about any of the bullshit.
You need to be honest, and it's funny because
it makes a difference. It helps.
It really does, because I think everybody has this misconception of what testosterone is. I did, and here I am at 40.
Yeah, I was scared about it too. Yeah.
At 40, and I'm thinking, you know, it's all about down there and all these other things. But once you actually dive into it and educate yourself about it, you can't help but fucking change, because you're now seeing all the bullshit. You're seeing why these guys were fucking themselves up. Mm-hmm. You know, like, let's say bodybuilders and stuff. Well, once you start understanding what they were pumping and what you actually
fucking
need,
grams of anabolics a week.
Yeah, you then sit there and go, that ain't me. I'm not on that level. You know, like, I'm not even close. So
they're running 500 milligrams of Tess as a base.
Oh.
And then they're putting, you know, then they're stacking Tren, Anavar. They're stacking on top of that.
So much. And you and I had this talk. I mean, even the serious bodybuilders, if anything, you know, they always got a bad rap for being stupid or whatever, but those guys actually were some of the smartest, because they were playing on such a fine line with all of the shit they were injecting in their bodies. They could not fuck up.
And orals. Remember, there's a lot of orals that they would take.
For sure. So, you know, you also have to give them kudos. But but now there is a completely different understanding, okay? And there is way too many positives for any guy to sit there and possibly be embarrassed. Yeah. I say, fuck all you. Dude, from the day that I started taking it, I didn't give a shit. I had people in the family, close family members, that were like, you're on TRT? I'm like, yeah. Yeah. And they're just like, well, doesn't that like shrink your balls and shit? I'm like, fuck that. I got a beautiful wife. Who do I got to impress, dude? I don't need some big balls dangling around anymore, shit like that, you know?
It is fascinating how people get really weird stigmas about this stuff.
They really do. They really do. But what I have to say,
it technically makes the dick bigger because the balls are smaller, so it's like an illusion thing.
It is, dude.
So like then you see what I'm saying? So like by doing that, now you
actually
looks like you have a
yourself.
bigger dick.
Yeah.
Because the balls, you know, the relationship has changed. The ratio is much better. It's in favor.
Absolutely.
So it's, you know, the argument could be made that like it increases dick size. Yeah.
Wife is happy. You know?
Yeah. Well, that on top of the other stuff of like not feeling like shit every day.
But it beyond, you know, you see these commercials for like Nugenics, and things like that, right? Where you got the Bus, Frank the Bus Thomas. He was a baseball player for the White Sox.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's a capsule, right? Testosterone booster. And
those are like the fucking wannabe AI bullshit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So they crush those are aromatase inhibitor type crap. Yeah.
So, what makes me laugh about these things, and this is the problem.
They will fuck
with
you up.
Misconception is how they're marketing it. So they market it always with the guys being like, and she'll be happy too. Like it's all about sex. But dude, for me, it had nothing to do with that because
same here.
See, my problem, I didn't have a sex drive problem. I didn't suffer from that. I had other issues. I had energy, fatigue,
that's
mental.
I had a ton of other problems. But I did have better sex drive after, but that it wasn't like
it's definitely
that wasn't
increased.
like the issue that I had originally dealt with.
No, that wasn't the concern.
The gastrointestinal stuff, like that, definitely was like that because again, testosterone helps regulate a lot of things in your body, along with other stuff. But like, there's so many other things that, it's not just whether or not like the dick problems. Like that's one facet of hormone regulation that they don't talk about for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
When the reality is, when you're out of balance, there's a plethora of things, and every man presents differently. Like it's not X to Y. It's X to a whole fucking alphabet of different things, and the doctors kind of just pass this stuff off.
Yeah.
Like because the estrogen side of it was so fucked up for me, my heartburn went through the roof, like fucking skyrocketed, like instant, all day long heartburn, couldn't control it no matter what, and I couldn't figure it out. Well, after the meticulous researching, so what happens is, especially in men and pregnant women, mind you, as estrogen increases, the sphincter, the muscle at the top of the stomach, loses its tonality. It loses its signaling to some degree to stay tight. Mm-hmm. So when that starts to loosen, you get more reflux, you get more heartburn.
Okay.
As soon as I got my estrogen under control, it was like a switch, just shut off. Okay. Yeah. And that was when I went to daily injections to mitigate all of that stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
So in other words, I did all my own research, and even my fucking endocrinologist is like, "You're doing what?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, and he's like, "Well, whatever, is it working?" Like, well, the guy I found now, I went through like several before I got to the guy that I have now, who's like, "How much do you want? And when do you need more?" Like, what I mean? Like, it's on that program now.
Okay.
Because he knows, like, I'm only doing a certain amount. Like, I'm at, oh, fuck. Let me do the math. I'm at 18 milligrams a day right now. And I might go to 20 milligrams a day, which is 140 a week. So that would be like the high side.
Yeah.
Their prescribing dude's 250. Like, I was reading the paperwork on the insurance, and like, they can legally go up to 250. I'm like, they're fucking giving like dudes 250. You know what's crazier?
That's scary, man.
The fucking transitioning like little girl thing with the whole transgender bullshit.
Oh yeah.
They're giving little girls like 300. Like, and what's crazy is I just went up from 16 milligrams a day to 18 milligrams a day, and so I might go to 20 milligrams a day, which is 140 a week.
Okay.
And that may be too fucking much for me. Like, and I'm 37-year-old, 192-pound man.
See, I'm at 150 a week, and I'm happy with where I'm at.
But see, every man is different. So in other words,
they operate differently.
Yes. You like, I have another friend that's at right around 190. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember how he did his math, because he injected every third day. Mm-hmm. So it's really hard. Like,
that is a hard one to do.
The same one.
Yeah.
He does every third day, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So over the month it evens out, but he's roughly at like 190.
Okay.
And he was feeling like, and so the way his body is sensitizing, or the way his body's processing it, is still only putting him at basically the same exact test numbers that I have. Mm-hmm. And I'm at under 140. Yeah. And he's not very different in size from me.
Right. It's just how he processes it.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Whereas like, I know other guys that are at like 90 milligrams a week, and their fucking total test is still in the high reference range, and they feel great.
Crazy. So crazy.
There's no set. Now 200 is fucking high as shit.
Yeah.
200 plus is really gnarly.
See, what I noticed too is like when you first of all, like I didn't feel anything for the first good 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah. I felt normal.
Yeah.
And that was normal. I from what I've heard from you, and from what I had studied, that was going to be normal. Yes, it is totally long.
This is not I'm going to start injecting and then like tomorrow I'm fucking popped up and ready.
Yeah. No. And you have to be prepared for that. You know, just know that it is coming and that time does go by fast, you know, and when it does come, you feel amazing. Now, this is kind of the tricky spot because you're still naturally producing testosterone and then you're taking it in. So you're kind of like running a little
super physiological for a little bit. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then you hit this moment where you feel like shit.
You're correction down. Basically, because it's a negative feedback loop. Your body basically says,
"Yes,
why should I even tell the balls to make more tests when you're fucking getting a bunch?"
Exactly. Yeah. Now, my
and
advice,
you cannot avoid that.
Yeah, and
unless
my advice,
HCG the fuck out of yourself.
Right. Yeah. True. So my advice, going the more natural route, because I don't want to be adding a bunch of extra shit, was, diet. Diet helped me get right back on. And that's the best, anything that you read and right. Anything you cover, they will tell you to maximize TRT, have a solid diet plan. Now, whatever that is that works for you. Okay. Find it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Some guys, some people, they have their way and that works for them. So whatever, if you've never even tried dieting, well, fuck, welcome to the world. You know, like it's fucking, there's a lot of shit to learn. But you can get through it.
A lot of misinformation.
But when you finally, like a race car, dude, when you fine tune that shit, when you finally start feeling like these are the foods that do me good, this is the amount of alcohol that does me good, this is the amount of caffeine that does me good, this, whatever you're doing, man, I guarantee will not give a shit on who is giving you a hard time about being on TRT.
Yeah, because it's like a light switch. Once you get it dialed in,
absolutely,
it's like
man,
you're cruising, you're smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. You get all that, like they throw in the commercials, which is kind of weird, but it is. You get that confidence back, but it is not in the bedroom confidence. It is completely different.
So here's the best way it's been described to me, is that for a man, testosterone, like optimization, i.e. getting it in the sweet spot for yourself, makes effort feel good overall.
Okay.
Not just like you're saying, not just the bedroom stuff, but overall it makes effort feel good. Like you want to work harder.
Oh, dude.
In all aspects.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird because it is kind of a flashback to like when you're younger and you have all this energy, right? Mm-hmm. You do shit for no reason. It's like when I'm talking to Natalie earlier, right? Mm-hmm. And little John, he's on the ground. I'm like, could you imagine if you moved around like John all day long? He just jumps up when he feels like it, down on the floor. He's constantly doing up downs and bouncing all around. I was like, we would be fit as shit. Dude, like if we all were like that, but we don't have that energy, right? Mm-hmm. But this is kind of that way. Like I find joy when I push myself harder. Like when I go to the gym, like even when I run. So I picked up running again. Now where I live is cool because it's got a lot of hills. Mm-hmm. So it's not flat running and I enjoy that. So I've got climbs, I've got declines.
There's a bunch of stuff lately that's been coming out in relationship to the sprinting uphill thing. That's a trend that I see catching on lately.
I could see it. You know, it feels good, especially
sprinting
when
on incline,
especially when you reach the top, you know, you're like, damn. But so my magic number has been 4 miles. I've never been one of those guys to do long distance running. Mm-hmm. But what I have found joy in is like, not only the time of my day, I'm a dad. Like I got shit to do, right? There's a lot. So what I did was I found joy in increasing the intensity of where I'm at. So if I'm doing my 4 mile run from when I first started till now, I'm already 13 minutes faster. That's a big difference. And I want to keep going. And I'm just going to make the runs more intense. I don't need to necessarily make them longer.
Yeah.
I want to make them more intense because there is a joy that I'm getting out of that now.
Yeah.
And even when I go to when I'm doing weightlifting, same thing. The durations between the lifts, not only is the lift getting more intense, like weight wise, right? Or whatever, or contraction, the actual focus on the muscle group I'm using and not trying to compensate with another muscle, mainly focusing on prime muscles for that workout. I will shorten the distance between sets so that it's more of, I'm not that guy who's like watching this.
Yeah.
I have more of an internal clock approach. I know when my heart rate,
the 220 rule and shit.
Yeah. I know when it's dropping too far, and I know when I need to get into it. I know when I let something distract me for too long and I'm like, get back on it, you know? And I know when I'm pushing too hard, I'll feel that.
Yeah.
But I'm now enjoying finding those limitations, finding that bit to push me that much further. And it's all because it's life in general. It's not just, you know, keeping up with my kids. I have an 11 and an 8-year-old, you know, and they're only going to get bigger, and they're still going to have a shitload of energy for many years.
Yeah.
And I do not want to be that dad that is constantly giving excuses of why I can't do something. I want to be that dad that's like the badass dad. That's like, you know, yeah, you want to go swim? Let's go swim.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking just out in the pool. Like, I'm talking, yeah, you want to go offshore?
Yeah, open water swimming.
Dude, I'll do it with you. You know, like, that's what I want to be until the day I die. And so, you know, whatever you need to find to give you that motivation, racing, desert racing is that to me. I have had this thing burning in me for so long, and I'm so close to making that a reality, you know, that like, why give up now?
Yeah.
Fuck that. I want to come in strong. And some people may see like, oh, that sounds very fucking cocky of yourself.
Or cheesy. Like,
yeah. No, it's as, to me, it's as real as it could possibly be. I don't know how else I can make it sound other than the fact that like, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
So, fuck it. You know, like, I want to have fun, you know, but I do not want to just be cruising. Like, I want to work for it. I want to earn it. You know, I want to race. I want to be up against those guys. And if they push me hard, I hope they do. And then I'll find out if I need to be pushed harder, you know, but then I want to pass that on to the kids. I want to make sure that they understand that, especially in this world where we have more digital influence, right? So like, it's easy for kids just to get onto a device.
Yeah.
Right. And it's getting harder to get kids to go outside.
That is true.
So, because devices are fucking cool. I mean, the games
like,
that they
have
have
to
now.
pull John's phone away and shit.
Do you? Yeah.
Yeah. We'll
Dude,
do days where it's just gone. We don't know where it is.
Yeah. I was watching him earlier. He was doing these puzzle ones, but that's how it is. They're fun and they're cool, but you are sitting there. So I get it. The distractions that they have are so much better than the distractions we had. It was much easier for us as kids to go outside because the shit that was inside was boring, right? Yes, we had some video games, but they weren't as cool as today's games. You can get way more into
now,
the games day, especially
they're like
content.
Scientifically like fucking designed to manipulate that attention.
Absolutely. And now you're connected with your buddies. Like back in the day, you actually had to have your buddy physically come over to your house or you had to go over there, right? To play with them. Now it's just simply putting a headset on. You know,
social media,
you
know, TikTok, Instagram, stuff like that, where you're basically creating friends through your phone.
Yes.
You know,
absolutely. It is a different world. And even though I may not completely understand that, as they grow up and they do, what I can understand and what I can help them understand better and implement into their daily lifestyle is just physical being.
Yeah.
You know, sure, go do your social media in a good way. Go do your gaming in a good way. Like, be a good person, but also make sure you get out there and push yourself physically.
Yeah.
And mentally. Both. They're both just as important.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, that's a whole nother We could definitely go down that one for a long time. Because
Yes.
man, when you start getting to that age, like I said, my son, he just got into middle school, 6th grade, and it's already gotten weird. It's already gotten weird with topics, man. Going back to the gender thing,
Yes.
And this is real. That's why it's weird. I'm not calling it weird if a kid wants to be a boy wants to be a girl or a girl wants to be a boy, whatever. Do your thing. But like, it's weird for me because that didn't exist.
It is crazy how the percentages of that occurring have been insanely skyrocketing.
And that it's in middle school. It threw me, dude. I was sucker punched, man, from the side on that one. I'm just like, wait, am I really here now with my son? He just 2 weeks into 6th grade and I'm already hearing this stuff. If we should allow kids at this age, 10, 11, 12, to be already identifying as something else.
And like in the fucking girls'
and they
locker
should be
room or
in the
whatever.
girls' locker room. And it's like, wow, man. Like, when you're there and you have your kid involved, to wrap your head around that, it is a difficult thing. It really is, man. You think you have an answer, and you do, but you also don't. Like, there are some things that you need clarity on, and I think some of these things become way too complex.
Yeah.
And now you're trying to explain that to your kid. Like, don't overthink it, man. Let's not take it down to basics. You guys are still kids, and you should be treated like kids.
Yeah. Just to like some sort of fucking vindication of these adults' fucking bullshit, fucked up mindset. Like,
I really do think that most of those problems are being made. Obviously, the parental decisions are the problem, right? They don't even know who they are,
the teachers and these administrators and stuff that are just fucking doing this weird shit. That's just like, you do not need to be dealing with this for fucking 6th graders or anyone under like 18. Like,
no, but it's here.
Yeah.
And you need to be a part of it, and you need to be a part of,
and some kids
a
will
solution.
be gay and shit like that. And that's, that's never going to disappear. But this like weird encouragement to have them like fucking cut their bodies up and do hormones. It's just insane.
That's different.
Fucking insane.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's like criminal because they're just children.
Yeah.
And
next will be,
you feel like you're gay today? That's fine. Be gay. Be gay all the way through to however gay you want to be. But cutting your body up and taking hormones, and that's just not
going
cool.
against what you were given because you.
Well, because they're kids. If you want to do that when you're fucking 20 years old, that's different.
That's what I'm. Yeah.
Exactly. Inject the fuck out of yourself with whatever. Get your fucking tits cut off.
Let them make that decision. I mean,
but doing that to fucking kids is just like criminal.
I mean, I've never even believed like, yes, I love tits just as much as the next straight man, right?
Yeah.
But I am still not one of those that's like,
top
underage
surgery,
girls should be getting fake tits like in high school and shit.
Oh yeah, same thing.
No, they wait until they're adults. Then you make your own decision.
When you're out of high school, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Fucking party.
Absolutely, dude. But like,
Well, that and like, then like the transgender bullshit where it's like fucking taxpayers are paying the health bills, stuff like that for some of this shit. It's like subsidized. It's just fucking insane. It's just like, if you want to do that when you're older and that's your little deal, at least you're more mature, even though like even at fucking 18 you're totally a dipshit. Like, I don't care how adult you think you are, you're a fucking dipshit.
You're an idiot. Yeah.
But if you do want to do that at 18, at least you're 18 and you're not like fucking 12 or 8 or where you really are like 1 minute you want to be like Spider-Man and then the next minute you're like, oh, I want to transition to being a boy. It's like, wait a second, you just wanted to be Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Or like you thought that you were a unicorn on Thursday. Like,
right.
What the fuck?
That's why it kind of goes back to, what you and I have talked about in the past, like just like a bitch society where
beta male bullshit.
Yeah, and
fucking hate beta males.
Okay, you go out. It's like back in the day, the worst thing you could do was like go get a bad tattoo, right?
Yeah, I was getting tattoos under 16 years old.
yeah. Like I remember my parents went and helped me get my first one. You know, some old English JWA. You know, my initials. That was it. But I thought I was a badass, right? And that's where it started. But would I go back and get that same one now? Like if I was clean slate, probably not. It'd be way different, right? But we make choices. And then we live with those choices. But see, that's ink. That's only ink on the skin. And to be fair, you can have it removed. You have to pay for it.
These days, it's
a lot better.
More viable to do it.
Dude, you could see Josh Brolin. Dude, that fool had a lot of tattoos. And now he's clean. It's crazy. But
really?
Yeah, if you have the money.
And he's old.
Yeah. He's got an interesting, he did it with Dak Shepard on Armchair Expert. You got to listen to it, man.
Because you would think that because tattoo removal fucks up the elasticity of your skin. Mm-hmm. So I would think that would be not great at his age.
Maybe, but he looks pretty damn good coming out of it, man.
Huh.
He talked about all of them. Yeah, and then he had them removed because it was really, at the time, it was an image that he thought he had to be. It was not because he liked them. It's not because he wanted the tattoos. It was more of to look like a badass. Yeah. And then he grew up knowing, I don't need this shit to be a badass. Like, look at my face. I already have fucking resting bitch face, dude. I always,
he does.
I look angry. You know? He's like, I didn't need this shit. It's all right here. So he realized that. And dude, you gotta watch it. It's a good one. The dude goes deep. He really opens up on who he is. You know, and it gives you a completely different perspective on him.
Yeah.
And his past. Crazy motherfucker. Cool time. He grew up right here in Santa Monica and Paso Robles, back and forth, right? Because his dad was an actor and shit. But he talks about the beginning of punk rock, dude. Like this time when, you know, you had Black Flag? Yeah. Right? And all those bands started to come up. And he's like a part of it. He was actually part of what was that band? I can't remember right now. Anyways, he becomes a part of this band. He moved on. The band kept growing, became known. But the funny thing was that most of these punk rock bands were rich fucking LA kids who didn't know how to like identify themselves because they weren't into sports, but they were fucking super intelligent. Yeah. And they had all this money, so they were getting this shit. Like not the spoiled rich ones. These were ones that were actually more humble about it, but they were also fucking pissed off because people were giving them shit. Yeah. You know? So this was their way of like, you know, letting out. Yeah. Type thing. Fascinating story.
Interesting.
Yeah. You should listen to it, man. Good stuff.
I do like Josh Brolin.
Yeah, me too.
I do like a lot of his work.
Yeah. So, and then you mix Dak Shepard, and I like that.
I like Dax.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's had some horrible fucking movies, but
he has.
He's pretty rad.
But I thought he was even cooler because he bought that Class 1.
Yeah, Tatum.
Yeah, and I was like, anybody who can go out and buy one of those and have some fun, I like you. Like he's all into dirt bikes and shit. But
he had a movie where he had a Class 1 in it.
He used his car.
And I can't remember the name of that movie.
Yeah, neither can I. Mm-hmm. But because his wife was in it with him. They were like on the run for something. But yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, he has had some horrible ones, but he's had some good ones. Idiocracy. I liked it. Mm-hmm. That was a good one. Mm-hmm. Total just shit.
Like and he did Chips, which was like meh.
Yeah.
But oh well.
Yeah, good shit.
Should we wrap this up?
I think